Hello and welcome to the IPF 2021 World Open Equipped Powerlifting Championships. We're here in Stavanger, Norway, an absolutely beautiful part of the world. It's been quite a few years since the IPF have been to Stavanger. Always promises a big show and a huge crowd. And we've seen whole classes of school children coming down to support, and huge families, and it feels like the whole town kind of pours into the auditorium.
Yeah, it's been quite an incredible event. I mean, as you said, it always promises to be something big, and it certainly has been something special this year. It has been edge of your seat all the way, and I think what's really made it great is, you're right, the full stadium, so many people coming in and watching, so many people supporting every single athlete, regardless of nationality. Everyone's cheering, everyone wants everyone to get involved. The atmosphere is just amazing. And the lifters have responded to that as well.
They
the athletes have
have
really responded to that crowd, and we've seen a lot of them really getting them going.
Every time we've had a Norwegian lifter on, I mean, you can tell there's a Norwegian lifter coming out next, because the crowd can see them in the doorway and the roof comes off. The support has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they don't need an introduction whatsoever. It gets so loud in here. You know, and every time you've got a lifter that's behind the 8 ball, got themselves a little bit awkward position and need a lift, the entire crowd just lifts up and gets behind them to make sure they get over the line. It's been a real example of what powerlifting is really all about, and I think today is going to be just as exciting. We've got a huge day today of lifting.
We have. This is day 6, so we have worked our way all the way through the lighter weight classes and the medium weight classes, and we have the heavyweights here today. We have the 84 kilo class this morning, and we also have the 84 plus B group and the 120 plus B group. So we've got quite a few different categories to keep track of. We'll try and keep you up to speed with who's doing what, but it might be easier to follow the action if you go to goodlift.info and follow the live score sheet. We're ready to get underway already, and here's Hannah Louise Graham from the UK. She's going to open her squat at a 145.
And of course, Great Britain having quite a big team here this year, and quite successful as well. Tony Cliff picked up the silver medal yesterday.
Yeah, he was phenomenal yesterday, wasn't he? Yeah, I think equipped lifting is growing in the UK. It's there was a very, very small team for a few years, but I think we've got full teams now in the equipped. And that was a good lift for Hannah. She's
good way to open.
Board. Sinks down as she keeps her position beautifully and straight up. We have Jackie. I'm sorry, I listened to the MC there saying Jackie Reese, but she's the next one out. Anna Caroline from Estonia.
Yeah, so we move into 84 plus now.
And I think she's a relatively new lifter.
I think that's one thing I really love about powerlifting, is it's a sport people tend to take up at any point in their life.
Yeah, we do see when we have masters categories, sometimes you find someone who's in their 70s that's only been lifting for a few years. So it is available to absolutely everyone. This is Anna. She's been lifting for 3 years, and she's in the 84 plus class. With a 155 there, wasn't
just
quite
not
deep
getting
enough.
down there on that one. She had great technique. She sunk in, but just needs to push through a little bit more.
And next up we have Jackie Reese from South Africa. She's provided us with our mascot today. We have a little Bocky on the media team desk. And she's coming out for a massive 180.
Incredibly strong group. We're only just getting into it. We're already at 180 on the bar.
So Jackie's a Masters 1 lifter. She's lifting in the open category, and she's in the 84s.
Well, from where I'm sitting, that looks good, but the referees have a different angle, so we'll wait and see, and it's a good lift.
Big breath in, nice and controlled. Sits down all the way, and it comes up a treat. So we have Christy Reese. Oh, do you think that's... No, it can't be mother and daughter. I wonder if they're sisters. Jackie Rees and Christy Rees, both from South Africa. There's only 6 years between them, so they're not mother and daughter. She's opening with 190. These are huge numbers already.
Yeah, I mean, we're already in the, we're in the early rounds of lifting, and we're almost cracking 200.
And that looked very nice. Oh, but not quite deep enough.
Yeah, it's a really tough thing. Depth, I mean, obviously the referees are sitting in the alternate position for depth. It's a really hard thing to judge with camera angles. And there's a number of times you look at something on the camera and it looks fantastic, and the angle is making it look deep.
Christy Stivessa next. She's starting at 200. She has a PB of 212.5. It says on the profile 207, but she lifted at the UK Arnold just a couple of weeks ago, and she got 212.5 at that competition.
So we're already into the double ton. Oh wow, she sinks it really deep. I think that's a bit too deep.
I think she just went a little bit too far down.
Yeah, you could see she really squeezed into the depth, but
she's got that really wide stance, so by the time you get all the way to the bottom there.
And by doing that slow squeeze into all that depth, you've lost everything.
Lost I think her chest dropped a little bit as well. But we know she's capable of the weight. She can come back out.
And that is an easy thing to fix, that one. It's not a fact that you're not strong enough to do it. You just got to sink it just a little bit less.
Here's Sarah Roddock, USVI. 205 on the bar. She's in the 84s. Just popped up into the Masters, 40 years old. Stays very upright.
Well, I'll be interested to see, and the referees say not deep enough. Yeah, it's a really hard thing on that first lift. You set your knee wraps, and you probably haven't hit depth in the warm-up because of the knee wraps and because of the suit.
That is something that if you don't lift equipped, it's a little bit hard to understand. You need the weight to press through the equipment to get to depth. And probably on your warm-ups, you weren't hitting depth in the warm-up because you just didn't have enough weight on your back. So it's really hard to calibrate that first attempt. Lisa Fredriksson from Denmark for 215. Oh, lovely.
Great power out of the bottom there. Yeah, really explosive out of the bottom, which is what you want for a squat.
And she maintains her position beautifully, presses into the equipment, and gets a nice pop-up. We have Sofia Kamlund, Sweden, for 215.
And of course, the Swedish team with a big contingency here as well. It's not too far to travel.
She's been lifting quite a while. I'm not sure she's lifted internationally before, though.
And of course, plenty of support for the Swedish team by Aliko. Supported this sport for such a long time.
No, that's borderline.
Yeah, it was quite slow into the bottom there too. Yeah, she's not quite deep enough.
So what you can't see on the live stream is you can see that there was 3 red lights, but we can see the flags indicating the nature of the failure, and a red flag on a squat is always for depth. You have to break through parallel. Parallel is not good enough. There's a familiar face. Was she in Romania, maybe? Yes, she was. She lifted in Romania. She won her class, actually. She won the juniors at the Europeans in August and the Worlds later in August. So she's been very busy.
Yeah, and here she is competing in the Opens.
Last year as a junior, I think. She only squatted 190 in Romania. So this is a big step up at 215.
Well, she handles the weight. I'm not sure about depth. Not deep enough, though. And you could see when she stood up with that she didn't really get the power out of the bottom because she wasn't deep, so there was no real momentum.
So as Gary says, you have to put the energy into the equipment to get the benefit of it coming up.
Yeah, and you'll see she'll sink that one a little bit deeper on the next one, and it'll actually move a lot faster.
So we're through to round 2. This is Anna-Louise Graham. It's lovely to see her enjoying the competition as well. We have a lot of support from the British team in the crowd. She was successful with 145, and this is 155. Depth looks good.
Yeah, that looks like a solid lift. It moved well. She got into the bottom. She got the most she could out of the suit and out of the wraps.
The bar remains at 155 kilos for Anna.
Yeah, that's very nice. She's got a PB of 167.5. So we're still well within her capabilities. Anna Caroline from Estonia next. She's the 84 plus B group, and she missed this on her opener foot depth.
She just needs to sink it a little bit more, and she'll find if she sinks it a little bit more, it's going to be a lot easier coming up as well. She's felt this weight on her back now, and it can be quite a difficult thing because quite often your last warm-up isn't that close to your opening lift. And in some cases, you can step off with that bar and feel, oh, that feels heavy today.
That looks better.
Yeah, that looks better from here.
That looks good. The referee says
It is. She gets it on the board.
Happy. It's the happy dance off the platform.
Yeah, it's a big relief. When you miss that opener and you get the second, it's a huge relief.
But you can see that typifies exactly what you were talking about. She got a better press into the equipment and she got a better ascent.
And the bar is loaded. Jackie Reese.
So here's Jackie Reese.
190 kilos.
She got 180 for her opener. She's gone up a full 10 kilos, which I think is right.
Yeah, I think 10 kilos is quite a reasonable amount. It moved well in the first one. And she's not super comfortable in the walkout, but she's settled it very well.
Well, this is PB territory already. Her best was 185. And she hasn't done that weight for a while now. She's been lifting classic recently.
Well, it moved well.
It was so fast in the bottom, I
Yeah,
couldn't really
and
tell,
there
but
it
that's
is.
a good lift. She has 2 on the board.
Look, and a fast squat in the bottom is quite beneficial as well. You don't want to be hanging around the bottom for a long time, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One, you want to use that energy in the equipment as fast as possible. But 2, you don't want to be sitting down there forever, letting the rest have a really good inspection.
Yes. So it's Christy Reese next. She's gone up 5 kilos. She missed on depth.
And we're going to have to find out if they're sisters.
We are, yes.
That was tough in the middle. I think she got deep enough.
She does fold over a little bit as she descends, which just increases the moment arm as the weight gets a little bit forward. But everyone's got different leverages. You have to work with what you have and make the best job of it. But she's on the board now.
She managed that quite well. I think she noticed she folds over a bit, and she really drove those hips through to straighten up.
Here's Christy Civetta. She didn't stand up with 200 first time out, but I think she just went too far.
Yeah, I mean, for her, it was really a case of being too deep. She's very confident in that walkout. I like that. Yeah, she's really taken ownership this time.
Oh, she's gone
just got out of
backwards.
balance.
Just lost balance. That's a no lift for Christy.
Well, you know, she's got one more attempt.
Yeah, look, there is so much experience in the British coaching team. They are going to manage this really well.
I wouldn't expect her, quite often the answer in equip lifting is to put more weight on it. I wouldn't expect her to go up. I would expect her to come out for 200 again. Next we have Sarah Roddock, USVI. She missed on depth on her opener. She's coming out for the same weight, 205.
Sarah Roddock, Virgin Islands, 205 kilos.
Big Mike Z in the corner there. Certainly no stranger to international competition.
That looked better.
Yeah, she looks confident, and it's not deep enough
Still
again.
not deep enough. So we see that back from the side. Yeah, it's
she's
just
just
parallel.
there.
It's not far though. She just needs to
It
press
isn't
through.
far, and I don't think in this case there's a requirement for more weight to push through. I think she just has to sink down into it, just drop it down at the bottom.
And the bar is loaded.
Sophia Kamlund, Sweden, also coming out for a second attempt. She also missed on depth. It's such a hard discipline, equipped squatting, because the knee wraps want to stand you up. The suit is resisting all your attempts to press down, and you have to push down through the pain.
Yeah, it is a very challenging discipline, this one. Well, depth looks better that time.
Was it deep enough?
It certainly looked better. It was. She gets it on the board. And breathes a sigh of relief.
215 kilos for Karolina Kalata, Poland, and the bar is loaded.
A little bit of work to do to bring that up, but she's on the board, and that's the important thing. Karolina Kalata. Coming out again for the same weight, missed on depth. First time out.
Very strong junior. The huge future.
Current junior world champion. Having a go in the open. No, that wasn't.
I think that's shy again.
Yeah, I think that was even higher.
Yeah, and you could really see in that one, you'll see in the replay, she just gets almost nothing out of the equipment because she just hasn't built up that potential energy.
So she is in trouble now. We have a couple of lifters yet to get on the board as we we have one more lift in the second round. Lisa Fredriksson. She made her opener, got up 10 to 225.
Very confident on the walkout there.
Nice.
Yeah, she's quick down the bottom. She really shoots up and she gets it on the board.
A little bit slower than her opener, as you'd expect, with 10 kilos more weight.
For the next two lifters, as we move into the third round, it'll be Graham, Carolyn, and Savannah.
And we go into the third round now, and we have Hannah Louise Graham. She is 2 for 2 right now, and she is looking for another 10 kilos, 165.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable too. I mean, it's a pretty standard jump, 10, 10, 10 in this weight class in squats.
We've got a big crowd from the UK showing their support here. They've been here all week. It's great to see. That was Dean Bowring sending her out. Decades of experience there. And he has his son lifting later today. That was a lovely squat from Hannah.
Yeah, that moved really well.
I think that's 9 white lights.
Yeah, that was great weight choices as well. You know, 10 kilos onto the second, 10 kilos onto the third. You know, and they had room. If the second was a bit tough, reduce the next one a little bit.
But 9 white lights in equipped squatting is phenomenal.
Almost unheard of.
Anna Caroline, Estonia for 165. Missed 155, came out, nailed it on a second. Gone up 10.
Yeah, this will be quite interesting. We'll see if the extra 10 kilos here changes that depth pattern at all. It's not unusual to see a heavier squat look easier in equipped.
And the weight did come forward. She rolled
Yeah, she
on
does
the back
fold a little bit there.
but she controlled it well and got a successful lift.
Yeah, it can make it extremely tough in squatting if you're rolling forward and almost turning into a good morning. But she managed that very well.
Okay, we have Christy Civetta, Swindon barbell lifter. She's coming out for the 3rd time for 200. We know she can do this weight.
Yeah, look, and I think they've done the right thing here. They've left the weight the same.
We've got Aaron Singh in her corner there. Yeah, we thought they'd leave the weight the same. It does look heavy. She's not having a great time with it. There's Aaron.
Yeah, look,
looking a little bit worried, I have to say.
she's much more confident in that walkout this time. She's got to breathe the intensity. Oh, that's better.
so
She didn't
much
sink
better.
nearly as deep that time. She hit the depth.
She's on the board.
Fantastic. That was perfect. She reduced the amount of depth that time, and she actually got the power she needed.
Kept her position
Yeah.
really well, just drove the bar straight up. That's some relief in the British
you know, look,
coaching team there.
And from a coach's perspective, I've been in that situation. I know what that's like. It is so nerve-wracking for a coach.
And for the lifter. You don't want to be walking out there with nothing on the board and only 1 attempt left. So this is Jackie Reese. She's having a good time of it. She went from 180 to 190. She's going all the way up to 202.5.
Which I think should be a pretty decent personal best.
I believe so. Her squat PB is listed as 193. I think that's South African national record, possibly in the Masters. Oh, that's a
just-
shame. Do you know, I think she just got a little bit twisted.
Yeah, she got really good speed out of the bottom. And just having a look, I think she just got out of position a little because she hit the bounce really well here. Yeah, you can see one side just slowed down a bit faster than the other.
But that leaves her with a best of 190. So here is Sarah Roddick. Again, nothing on the board, 205 on the bar.
This is just a case of how can you sink it in, get the power out.
Strength looks good.
Yeah, she has no problem with strength. She needs confidence here. And she just needs that belief. Oh, it's just too heavy this
Could
time.
not stand up.
Yeah, she got depth without a doubt there. But I think, you know, that time it took to get depth. I mean, by this stage, she was losing tightness. Could see she began to fold a little bit at the bottom there.
So
That's a
she
shame.
cannot
That
make
is
a total.
terribly disappointing. It is a big part of equipped lifting, though.
It absolutely is. They do say you're not a proper equipped lifter unless you've bombed at least once. So here is Christy Reese, 205.
Yeah, there's not many world champions out there in equipped lifting that haven't bombed somewhere along the way.
She missed 190, went up to 195. This is 205.
Oh,
I
she's still
thought she got
going.
it
I
moving
thought she was
again.
going to get through that sticking point.
That's a shame.
That wasn't from lack of effort, that's for sure.
Load the bar to 215 kilos, please. For Carolina,
Do you know, she got it moving again and then just couldn't finish it off.
and Fredrickson to get ready,
Showed some real
and then we're
determination
into
there.
flight 2.
Now we have Carolina Colata. She's looking a little rattled.
Yeah, look, this
Quite
is
a young lifter.
yeah,
so
this is tough. I mean, she doesn't have a decade of experience behind her. She may not have been in this situation before. This is where the coaching staff really have to do their job.
And this is well in excess of anything she's done on the platform before. This comes down to what we talk about, making sure you get one on the board, do an easy one to start. And it's not going.
Oh, it just hasn't worked.
Sorry, so sorry.
Yeah, that's a really tough thing to have happen. But what she'll take away from this is more than she can learn in 10 years. It's just such an experience.
So we have the last lift in this group, the last squat in this group, Lisa
I
Fredrickson.
think we've got a mistake on the scoreboard. It
Okay.
should be Camelot that's up next.
Oh, we have the Swedish lifter hasn't been out. We've got a little bit of a technical error. So we're just going to figure out where we are. Yes, Sophia Camlin is coming out for 222.5.
Well, it's certainly a challenge with all these weight classes and groups in together, but they've got on top of it.
And the bar is loaded. Sophia Camelot, Sweden. 200.
Here she comes. She missed on depth on her opener, nailed it on her second. She's gone up 7.5 kilos to 222.5. I'm not sure of depth on that one.
Yeah, she's got the strength, that's for sure. Did she get down enough? She
Oh,
did.
She did, 2 to 1. Must have been right on the edge. See that back again from the side.
For Lisa Fredrickson, Denmark.
Sets her position, starts her descent.
Kensen Hood.
Just clips
Ten
depth.
to get ready.
And now we have Lisa Fredrickson for 230 kilos.
It's a monster lift.
30 kilos.
This is a PB. This is more she's ever done than she's ever done on the platform before.
She has a very confident lift out. And this is such an important part of the lift. It's that point where you set your mindset. Well, it looked pretty much the same in regards to depth as all the others. She had to work for it.
She had to work for it, but it was worth it. 3 squats on the board.
Here is Kensen Hood, Netherlands. Then Ankie Timmer, Netherlands.
So we have the next flight coming up. They are all 84 kilo lifters. We had some of the 84 plus B group in the lifts just gone, but these are all 84s. And we start with Iris Kensenhuis from the Netherlands. 205 on the bar. Pretty sure she lifted in Halmstad.
Yeah, I've seen her lift quite recently. I didn't get to attend Sweden, but I did get to watch it live. Oh, well, I don't think you could falter on depth. Depth certainly isn't a problem there.
Is on the board.
Load the bar to 210 kilos, please. Ankie Timmer, also Netherlands. Sten von Gleiken, Arneson.
She has quite a narrow stance for equipped lifting, but what that does do is it gets everything out of the equipment.
Yeah, she's a deadlifter at heart, isn't she?
And the bar is loaded.
Anki Timmer's next.
Netherlands,
Very familiar face on the international circuit. She's been lifting for a good 10 years or more.
Yeah, she's got plenty of experience.
210 kilos on the bar. She did 217.5 at the Euros in August.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how it's been such a busy schedule for a lot of lifters, and it's such an important thing to manage those weights at each competition. I mean, it's tough enough managing training, but you've really got to consider how much you've lifted over the last several months. Well, it's smooth.
Very strong.
the referees say good lift.
And that's a good lift. She's on the board.
Load the bar to 235 kilos, please, for the next two lifters. First, Ria Stin from Canada, then Valerie von Gleichen from Germany.
Next up, we have a big name coming out. Rhea Stin,
Yeah.
world record holder.
Doesn't
And the
really
bar is
require
loaded.
much introduction.
Ria Stin, Canada, 235
Fantastic lifter.
kilos.
I think the last time I had the privilege of calling her lifts was in Dubai, I think.
Yeah, she was in Dubai. She won that day.
She
so
certainly did.
I guess she's the reigning world champion. She'd just gone up from the 72s to the 84s. And boy, did that put some weight on her lifts. She's got a huge bench. I think she's still the world record holder in bench. Next short worker 235.
That looks good. The referees say yes, good lift.
3 white lights.
Three white lights.
She is the world record holder in bench, but she reset that this year.
Ah, she did. She took that in
Yeah.
the Pan Americans in Florida. That's a great lift there for Stin.
And the bar is loaded.
Valerie von Gleichen, Germany, for 235. We've had a big German team here this week.
Yeah, very much so.
Quite a successful one too.
And I think it's really fantastic, this competition this week. Just seeing so many full-size teams.
This is 235. This is up a long way from what she's done in the past. Squat PB there is 250, but I can't see a result for more than 232, so maybe that's a gym PB.
Well,
Strength is
That
amazing,
moved
but
really well.
she really struggled for depth there, so that might look even better with a bit more weight on the bar. See, she gets to the bottom and she just has to squeeze down a bit further. And now you might be able to hear from the sudden noise that we have a Norwegian lifter coming out next.
Now, I think this will equal the M2 record.
She's an M2 now, wow.
So this will equal the record, I believe.
Heidi Hille Arnesen, 240 kilos on the bar. Huge weight.
Oh, look at that.
Absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely spot on the money.
That was a popular lift.
Great technique, drops into the bottom, gets that bounce.
So, and another big name coming out now, Tatiana Melnik. She's asked for 245 to open her account. She's been world champion more times than I could reliably tell you about.
It's a very long list.
She squatted 260, which I think was a European record at the Euros in August.
So 245 you would usually say that's probably a pretty good opening choice, but it's difficult to manage with the competition load that's been happening
Yeah,
this
we've
year.
had a really compressed calendar for, you know, obvious reasons.
Well, depth looks good from this angle. It is. She's on the board. Probably not as easy as she would have liked for an opening lift. But when you consider the competition load over the last several months, 245 moved pretty well.
And we have another Norwegian lifter coming out now. We have Anna Solli Haranga, Norway, 245.
And the bar is loaded. Anna Solli Haranga, Norway, 245 kilos.
She's the current European champion. She just missed the podium in Dubai. Looking to rectify that today.
Yeah, that was a tough competition in Dubai.
Wow. Absolutely
She's strong.
super strong.
She's deep enough.
And we are not done yet. We have Daria Rusinenko from Ukraine, who's asked for 250 kilos. She's a junior, so she's only 10 off the junior world
it's
record.
right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we know she's well capable of those sorts of numbers. 20
She's still
years
got
of age.
a couple of years left in the juniors as well. And she's barely made it into the... Oh, it's Tatiana's barely made it into the 80
Melnick's
floors.
only made it in by
50 grams. Wow. But this is Daria Rusinenko. 250 on the bar.
Oh, wow, that's fast.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Great control. The replay on this, you'll see she just holds her position perfectly all the way through.
Handles that weight like it's nothing at all.
I think we'll be giving the world record a nudge.
I think there's going to be junior world records, M2 world records. I think we're going to see open world records. And we have Anastasia Melnikova from ROC, only just up into the seniors, and she's asked for 252 to open her account.
This is going to be a tough competition today. All the big names are here.
I really thought this was going to be Melnick and Stin, but there's the numbers that the other lifters are putting up. I would not like to say how this will go. 252.5. I think this is more than she's done in competition before. Wow.
Well, that moved fast.
She listened to her coach who was calling her down, 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 down.
Wow. Well, all the big names are here and all the big names are on fire.
Yeah, we saw no failures on openers in that group, which just shows the quality of lifting. In equipped lifting, you do expect to see failures on openers, but we had absolutely none.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough contest.
So these are your standings as we go into round two, with Melnikova only 2.5 kilos ahead of Rusinenko, who's a good 5 ahead of Melnick and Haranga, and then we run down with Arneson and Stin a few kilos behind that, but we know Stin has got that massive bench to pull back.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the early rankings with squats.
We have Iris Kensenhaus for 212.5. And it's a fight, but I think she's got it.
Yeah, I think that should be okay. It is.
I think her knees just came back a little early, gave her a little bit of trouble to
Yeah, I mean, she's very tall and has quite long limbs. Squatting can be a little bit difficult at times.
And the bar is loaded. Anki Timmer, 217.5 kilos.
So here's Anki Timmers. seasoned veteran of the game for 217.5.
Yeah, we've seen her lift plenty of times.
Carefully into the hole
Oh, that looks strong.
and drives it up strongly.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
3 wide rights. Load the ball to 240 kilos, please. For Valerie von Gleichen, Germany. Sten Arneson, get ready.
You can tell the wealth and quality of experience we have on the platform right now.
There is, there is just so much out there. Between them all, you've got 100+ years of lifting experience.
Valerie von Gleichen, Germany, 240. She's only gone up 5 kilos. That's quite a small increase, really.
Yeah, we don't often see the small increases like 5 kilos in these weight classes, particularly between the first and the second. But we always talk about playing to your strengths, chipping away at your total.
She's quite long-limbed for a squatter. She has to move that bar that much further, and she controlled that very well, because you see the bar tried to push her forward.
Yeah, and I think the 5 kilos, just a little bit shy on depth. Must have been so close.
And I was about to say, those long femurs make it difficult to hit depth. You have to sit back.
So close.
Another inch. And now we have Stin. She's also taken quite a conservative jump. I think for Stin, this is going to be about getting as many kilos as she can out of the squat. She's not the biggest squatter. She's definitely the biggest bencher.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing for her. This is you've got to play to your strengths. This is not her strength. Get the numbers on the board. Keep adding to that total. She's got plenty of experience in a corner helping her manage today.
Yep, she's got Ryan sending her out.
Well, it looks deep enough.
Well-judged second
Yeah.
for Rhea.
Yeah, it is, and that's a really smart move, and I would imagine she's probably not going to go up a whole lot for the third. Just wants to get a few extra kilos on there.
So we have a really popular lift now. Heidi Arneson is coming out to extend her own M2 world record.
Well, we said that she'd be doing it, and here it is, 2:47.5 to really extend that world record.
Yeah, it was set at 240 in Pilsen, August this year, and she's looking to put 7.5 kilos on that already.
Her opener looked absolutely fantastic. That little drop in is just perfect, isn't it? And we're just waiting for the flags. I got a white,
and
a
that
white,
is a good
and a
lift.
white.
That's a new M2 world record.
And look at the technique, though. It is just spot on. Chest is up, drops into the bottom, keeps the chest in position.
So we have Tatiana Melnik from Ukraine.
Bar is loaded. Tatiana Melnik, Ukraine, 252.
She's gone up 7.5. I think we're seeing some sensible lifting and some sensible attempt selection.
Yeah, and it can be really difficult in a competition like this where it's so close and everyone's sort of pushing each other. It's really easy to get caught up in it.
She's been absent from the World Championships,
It's been a
World
few years, I
Powerlifting.
think.
Yeah, I was just looking down the list, and it was 2017 Czechia.
I remember that one. That was in Pilsen.
It was indeed. Looks a bit shaky
look
there.
at the drive, though.
And the referee say.
Unfortunately, not deep enough.
Two referees called on depth.
Yeah, I thought the coach might take a walk to the table. He has, but I don't think he's got much joy from the
Don't
jury
think
panel
he
there.
does, yeah. The jury have, the referees have the one view they have, and they make their decision in a snap second, but the jury have a slow-mo replay on their desk. So here we have Anna Haranga for 252.5. She looks strong on her opener.
Oh, that bar tried to fold her over a bit there.
She looks strong, but was it deep enough?
Not
It
quite
wasn't.
there. And her coach is taking a walk to the table as well.
Yeah, I think it was just a parallel though.
0.5 kilos, please, for Anastasia Melnikova, Russian Olympic Committee, Rusinenko.
Anastasia Melnikova next. I haven't seen this lifter before. I don't have any results for her.
262.5.
And she's leading the pack on squats, and they're a field full of huge names.
Yeah, look, I've seen a few things on social media from some of the Russian competitions, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, I've got some Russian competitions for her, but nothing international. And it would be amazing to break into the international scene with a performance like this, because her opener looked superb.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely no deviation of position whatsoever.
I don't
Keeps
think
her
that
chest
looked
up.
any different than the opener.
Beautiful position. She controls the suit, doesn't let it boss her around.
She has superb technique.
I can see the jury on their feet, so we'll just try and keep our eyes on the board. But in the meantime, we have Daria Rusinenko coming out for 262.5.
So this is 265.
This is a world record, junior world record.
It is a junior world record. 265 on the bar. Oh, it's quick. Oh, that looks good. I think that is. It is.
Got it.
That is a new junior world record at 265.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury first of all lowered the bar to 215 kilos.
We're just listening to the
jury
MC.
has overturned the decision on Melnik. It is a good lift.
And Melnik has got her lift on the board. It has been overturned.
215 kilos.
So that means that we go into the third round with Rusinenko ahead of Melnikova, ahead of Melnik. This is so fast-paced now, and these are such huge weights being lifted. And we have some really close competition with 2.5 kilos separating the top two. So we're into the third round now, and this is Iris Kensenhaus for 215. She's only gone up 2.5. Her second did look tough. But she's a fierce competitor.
That actually looked better. She looked like she got a lot more out of the suit and the wraps on that one. Her second one wasn't as deep as her first one, and she didn't seem to get what she usually gets out of the bottom. This one, she sunk it down again.
Netherlands, Van Gleiken, Sten Arnesen to get ready.
Anki Timmers for 222.5.
Yeah, so just a bit of confusion out there with the rack settings. The guys have got it right now.
Bar is loaded. Ankie Timmers, Netherlands, 222.5 kilos.
A massive 222 and a half.
Second looked good. She's gone up 5.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, a lot of them making really smart choices here. Not getting caught up in the moment.
I've rarely looked at a scoreboard and seen so much green on the equipped squats.
I think that's the most green we've had all week.
That was
She's
strong.
got the strength, hasn't she?
What's the verdict?
It's a good lift.
3 for 3.
Like 3 lifters, you have 4 more lifts in which to change your opening attempt.
Really nice third attempt. Has to do some work to get that through the sticking point. Pushes her knees forward. Drives it home.
And the bar is loaded.
Valerie von Gleichen, she missed 240 on depth. She's gone to 245.
So she missed a second. They've just thrown an extra 5 kilos. They're working on getting it to push down through the bottom a bit more. Oh, I think she has this.
She's super strong.
Yeah, she does. She gets it on the board. You could see right at the bottom there, just when you thought she was going to stand it up, she just drops it in and gets that bounce. There it is.
There she goes.
And the bar is loaded.
Reyestin next, 247.5.
47.5 kilos.
This is the same weight she squatted at the Pan Americans in Florida. She did more in Dubai. Of course, that's a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about powerlifting not being linear. You know, competition results vary. You can never expect to increase your competition results every competition. You've got to play to each competition.
And of course, the Canadian lifters have come a long way after deal with jet lag.
It's just a little bit
not
too tough on that
quite.
one.
Not
Yeah,
quite.
yeah, look, they made the smart decision. They put 5 kilos on. It wasn't a huge jump.
50 kilos, please, for another
I don't think she made any real mistakes. It was just a little bit too heavy.
by Heidi Hiller Arneson, Norway.
So here we go with Heidi Hiller Arneson.
Let's extend that world record a little bit more.
247.5 looked great. She's gone up another 2.5.
Yeah, you talk about really smart decisions here. You know, this is only 2.5 kilos on the previous one. I know a lot of people are probably thinking she could do more, but you've got to think, you've got a whole day of lifting ahead of you.
You want to take the kilos you can get.
She is
Absolutely
fantastic.
beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic.
She gives the crowd a wave as she leaves the platform.
Like 3 lifters after the result of this lift.
So we have Anna Soli Haranga.
Yeah.
Are we still talking, Gary? I can barely
I
hear.
can't hear anything in here at the moment. Now this lift here at 252.5, this is a rather important lift. It's those few extra kilos that's going to keep her in the chase.
She looked strong on her opener. It was just a shy of an inch of depth on her second.
That looked better.
Looked better.
And it is
So that moves her up to 4th place, and she's only a smidge behind 3rd place. So she's really in the fight. In fact, if we look at the projection, she's projected to be on the podium in the overall, which would be an incredible result for her. But we have Tetiana Melnik from Ukraine coming out next for 2:57.5. She had this turn, her second turn down for depth, but the jury overturned it.
So she wants to be a bit more convincing on this one, though.
In 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, she's solid in that bronze medal position for squats.
Wow, to keep fighting that long, she got all kinds of out of shape at the bottom of that squat.
Yeah, she had those wraps super tight as well.
So as she got close to the bottom, there we go, her knees come forward, she sits back. But such determination to fight for so long. And now we have Anastasia Melnikova for a massive 272.5. But she's looked really, really strong.
And this is a European
positioning
open squat record.
has just been superb. She's so upright, doesn't let the weight lean her forward, doesn't fold over into it.
This will be a European record. I just heard them announce.
And also the gold medal position.
And just a bit too much on that one. She handled it, the descent really well.
Yeah, she let the spotters know she wanted them to take it. She didn't waste energy.
74 kilos, which will be a new world open record for Daria Rusanenko, Ukraine.
Starts to come up and goes, no,
Yeah,
that's not
just a
going.
little bit too
Give
much
me a
there
hand.
today.
And now Daria Rusanenko, she took the junior world record with a second.
Apparently
She's
that wasn't
going
enough.
for the open world record with her third.
That is fantastic, isn't it? 20 years of age, she just smashed the junior world record of 265. Now looking for 274 to take the open world record as well.
This has stood since 2017 World Champions in Pilsen.
Oh, she's so quick.
And she's
Oh,
fighting
she's fighting it, but it's
not
just
quite
not there
going.
today. What an enormous effort, though. She'll just have to settle for one world record.
Well, just one today. You know, there's still benching.
Well, that's true.
deadlift.
But she takes away the gold medal in the squats.
So we now have a third round, a third flight, and this is the B group for the 120 kilo class.
And you know, this is going to be really tough for these guys. I mean, we've got the 120 pluses. There's 3 in this group, so they'll get a 4-minute break at the end. But it's not a huge turnaround time for these big guys.
It really isn't. And with the equipment, it's a difficult situation for them. So this is Ranbir Sunny Sahota from Great Britain.
If you've ever seen a heavyweight man get into a bench shirt,
That is not an easy thing to
It would
do.
make a great comedy series.
So here's Sahota for 350. His PB is 380. And he's got Big Jazz sending him out there. Little Jazz sing, because we have 2 Jazz sings in the UK, so Little Jazz lifted earlier in the week, and that's Big Jazz coming out for Ranbir Sahota. Looked like he struggled a little for depth.
Yeah, I think he got there in the end.
And that's a good lift for Sahota.
And
With the bar to 380
I think Little Jazz is only called Little Jazz because Big Jazz is so big.
Iceland.
And Little Jazz is younger as well.
And he's not that little.
So next we have Gudfinur Magnusson, Iceland. He's looking for 380.
Weighed in at 155, the Icelandic giant.
For Magnuson, Iceland, 380 kilos.
This is 20 kilos below his current personal best.
$380 kilograms.
I can't even imagine that kind of weight on my back. It would crush a normal person.
Well, the current world record is over half a ton.
He's
Oh,
got
look
it
at the
moving
determination.
again, but I think the bar dipped, and the
Yeah, it
referees
has.
think so too.
He's expelled a lot of energy on that too.
Yeah, and that's such a shame. It stalled and then went down, and he got it moving again. How he got that moving again, absolutely phenomenal. And we have Jonas Florin Lupas from Romania.
We've seen him lift quite a few times before. He moves it fast.
Depth is so hard to judge with lifters with big legs like this, but that's
Yeah,
no
just not
lift
quite
on
getting
depth.
down there, unfortunately.
Please put 4 minutes on the clock.
So we know because we've got such a small flight, the rules say that the minimum number of a flight is 6 lifters, and if you have, oh excuse me,
They have said it is a good lift.
okay, we've just
Oh, we had an
learned that
overturn
we've
there.
had the lift for Magnusson was a good lift. The jury reviewed the footage and they saw on the slow motion replay that the bar in fact stalled but didn't dip. So that is a good lift for Magnusson.
Yeah, look, and it just demonstrates how well the system is working here with the 3 referees for the jury panel. And there's different options. So the jury can intervene if they've seen something on the replay that couldn't be picked up by the referees. As a coach, at the end of a lift, if you disagree, you can approach the jury as well.
As long as it's a 2-to-1
It's a
decision.
2-to-1.
Yep, you
We
can't
also have
approach on
protest systems in place as well. You know, and as a coach, it's really your job to advocate for your lifter as well.
If you think it's
good,
borderline,
you should be going over there and having a talk to the jury panel as well.
absolutely.
And
And it's no criticism of the referees, actually. Each referee has one view and one split second to judge. And the jury are watching it live, but they're also watching the repeater monitor, which has the side view in slow motion. So they get a better view that isn't shown on the live stream. They have a specific view that allows them to see the correct angle they have a side view on bench and then they see it back on slow-mo when we see the side view back.
yeah, because it's not easy making a decision in real speed, particularly with squats when you're looking for depth. And you see some of these people, they squat really fast. They hit the bottom, they get to the hole really quick, and you're sitting there, did I see that?
And also
It's
with the
very
big guys,
fast.
with
Yeah,
the
the
big
big guys
legs,
are very hard to
it's
judge as
so
well.
hard to judge.
You know, so we have a good system in place for this, and I mean, it's demonstrated quite well throughout this week that the system is working really well.
Absolutely. So we're just running another 2 minutes now. The reason for this is that we've only got 3 lifters in the flight, and the rules say that if you have less than 6 lifters, you must put 1 minute on for each of the missing lifters. So in this case,
Yeah,
we've
look,
had to run.
and it might seem like 4 minutes is a long waiting time, but for 120 plus guys, this is not a lot of waiting
And
time
also,
at all.
if you think about the knee wraps that they each wear, if you by the time you've got your knee wraps off and you're having to wrap again, it takes you a good, what, say 2 minutes?
Yeah, there's a couple of minutes there. I mean,
Yeah.
if you've got a guy that's really efficient with it, he might get it in below 2 minutes if everything goes perfectly in the wrap.
But you would tend to start wrapping 3 guys out,
Yeah.
would you say?
And, you know,
And if you've only got 3 guys,
it's really hard to manage. It's a really hard thing to time. You know, and everyone's a little bit different with their wraps as well. So you can't come to a World Championship event and get just anyone to wrap. You know, it's a really particular personal thing. The brand of wrap you use, the length
style,
of wrap you use, the stiffness. I mean, if you look at some of the companies like SBD, they've got flexible ones, they've got stiffer ones.
training ones,
Training ones, competition ones, it's all different. And then wrapping it is really personal. I don't wrap my knees the same way you wrap your knees. It's
Absolutely
all
not, yeah.
different. So it's quite a complicated process to get through all that.
And also you might do a different wrap pattern for your warm-ups that you do for, because what you're doing is you're wrapping your knees so that they're as straight as possible, and the wraps will try to fight you when you bend your knees into the squat, and the more they fight you, the more potential energy they store to drive you out of the hole.
Yeah, so you've got to get that wrap just right. And we've seen a couple of times this week where people haven't had their wraps right. You'll see them squat, the front of the wrap separates and opens up, and you can see the knee come through. Once that happens, you've reduced the potential energy build-up by about 50%.
But also, if they're too tight, you're not hitting depth.
And we've seen that plenty of times as well.
So here we have Ranbir Sahota. Sonny's coming out for 370. He looked good at 350.
Yeah, look, I think his opening squat looked really good. It moved really well. You know, and 20 kilos is a pretty normal size jump between squats in this weight class. It's not unusual to see some of these guys jump 30 or 40 kilos as well.
Ranbir Sahota, Britain, 370 kilos.
Here he comes. He's had, even though we've run the clock and we've given them extra minutes, this is a short break. If you think
certainly
about,
is.
even in classic lifting, you might have a 10-minute sit down before max attempts. But these guys have not managed that, and they've had to wrap knees as well. Because we've got a big coaching team here for the British team, so he wouldn't have had to wrap his own knees, unless that was his preference.
Yeah, there are certainly some of the guys that prefer to do it themselves. Looks good.
Carefully into the hole, dips in. And that's a good lift for Sonny.
So you talk about how strong these guys are. The current world record is 505 kilograms, more than half a ton.
Wow.
That's
that
not a
is
small car.
insane.
That's not a Morris Minor. That's a mid-sized sedan.
Plenty strong enough. Give him a little help when he comes out.
And who would that be? That's Blaine Sumner, isn't it?
Yeah, I think sure. I'll just pull up the data on that one.
Bar is
So
loaded.
we have, Florian Lupas. He missed this on depth.
392.5 kilos.
He's coming out for the same weight again.
So, not seeing much movement on the platform there.
Okay, well, this is going to be hard to time, isn't it?
This is the
Because
timing thing. It is really difficult.
if you've got a full flight, then you can be looking at, all right, 3 men out, we're going to get going. But if you've got the clock running, it's harder to judge. But he's out on the platform
Yep.
now. He's going to have to get on with it.
And you were correct. That was Blaine Sumner that set that record in 2017.
Now, I don't know how different that looked to his opener.
It didn't look a whole lot of different. But he gets
This
it down
one.
there.
Good lift.
He's got enough on it.
referees thought that that was a good lift. Again, it was 2-1, but he's on the board. Gudfinnur Magnusson, Iceland, he had a bit of difficulty. The bar stalled on the way up. It was initially failed for downward movement, but the jury watched that back on the slow-mo replay and they decreed that the bar did not dip and gave him the lift.
The extra weight might give him a little bit more speed out of the bottom.
402.5 on the bar.
So he weighed in at 155 kilos, so he really is an Icelandic giant. I'm just looking at his profile picture, and I'm pretty sure that was taken long before he was a 120 plus.
Again, I think they're really struggling with the timings.
It is really hard to do when you haven't got a full flight of lifters.
Here he comes, I can see him at the door. He's
Yeah, it's
just
so hard to manage because
finishing
you're
his
right, you
wrist
don't
reps.
have all these lifters ahead of you that you're timing off.
And I don't envy Red Light Riley there trying to get in his way and stop him coming onto the platform doing his wrist wraps
Yeah,
up.
please
he did
stop.
a really good job, but he would have been mown down. He's under time pressure here.
And what he
but
needs to
should
do is get the
lift.
squat command and calm down.
And he did do.
He's just rushed it a bit too much. And that was really, I think, a case of just everything was just so rushed.
Yeah, when you've got a few seconds on the clock and you come out, I don't think he really hit depth anyway. So we are round now into the third round and we will take that 4-minute break again. And I think this is what the lifters are finding difficult to really get the timing right.
Yeah, it's a very challenging thing to do. So, because usually you're watching the lifters before you, and what's happening here is you're the last lifter you've done. Now everyone's sort of watching the clock, but it's quite different timing from a clock than it is from timing
really
from lifters. So do you start lifting 1 minute out? Do I start wrapping 1 minute out, or do I start wrapping 45 seconds or 2 minutes? It's
And of course, if you've never stood in the wings in knee wraps, that are tight enough for your third attempt, you do not want to be there
and
early.
that is the thing, you've got to set your knee wraps up to a point where they're ready to go. And if you're standing there for an extra minute, it is an enormous problem. I know a minute doesn't seem like a long time, but when you're standing in tight wraps for a minute, more than you have to,
it is painful. It really is.
you know, so you want to try and avoid that. And you can see these guys are really struggling with this. It's probably for the lifters and for the coaches, this is quite possibly the first time they've been in this situation.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because we've got sort of wealth of experience, certainly for the British lifters out there. We have a huge amount of experience with, it was Big Jazz that was sending Sonny out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he's been around a long time. He's done this many, many times. We got a view there of the Eleiko rack and bar. There was no collar on the other side, but I'm sure the spotting team will pick that up before we go again.
Yeah, we've got the refs will
But that's
check it as well.
a really good look at all the platform equipment that Eleiko provided us for this competition. The rack, the platform, the bar, the weights, the plate rack, everything that you see there is part of the sponsorship deal for this competition and for the IPF in general. And it is the best equipment in the world.
Yeah, look, unfortunately my weight, my luggage limit is 23 kilos, so I couldn't fill my bag with Eleiko equipment. I could maybe leave some clothes behind and take one plate.
That's where we can see that they've got the collars sorted out now. And of course, this is a qualifying event for the World Games, which is in Birmingham in July. Birmingham, USA, that is, not Birmingham, UK. Alabama. We wouldn't like people turning up in Birmingham, UK and looking for the
Where's
for
the where's the competition?
Because you will be a long, long way away from that.
Yeah, so there's a lot more on the line during this competition. It's not just about World Championships. It's not just about winning a gold medal. For a lot of athletes, this is about qualifying for the World Games and getting that opportunity to compete.
Qualification's a little bit complicated. They don't have the same, they have fewer weight categories at World Games, and you can still only have 2 people from one nation in a weight category. So generally the top 3 get an invite, but if you have 3 from Britain, say, going into the same weight class, then you couldn't have that, so you would have to count down the nations then for who was going to go. And there's some other stipulations as well. Each continent gets invitations, and also the host nation. Gets some invitations as well. But the easiest way, I'm sorry, I was
The,
about
e-
to
the
say
easiest way. You
way
can
to
say
get.
it. No, honestly, you can say it. You won best lifter at the bench only World Championships only 2 weeks ago.
In the M2s. But even so, I was about to say that the easiest path to the World Games is to win your class at the World Open, but of course that is
Well,
no easy task.
Well, it is the easiest path. The task itself isn't necessarily easy, but it certainly is the easiest pathway to the World Games.
So we have just a few seconds on the clock now, and we have Ranbir Sahota of Great Britain. He's had 2 successful squats. He's gone up fully 20 kilos more.
Yeah, look, as I said before, when you get into the big guys here, 20 kilos is a pretty normal sized jump. We'll probably see in the later session today with the other group who won 20 pluses, you'll probably see some bigger jumps than that.
So of course this is the B group. We have the A group lifting later this afternoon. And we have the bar loaded now and we're ready to go for Sahota.
That is a wonderful view, isn't it? All those Alico plates.
Ranbir Sahota, Great Britain, 390 kilos.
He's looking strong today. Of course, nearly into the Masters. Been lifting a long time.
Yeah, 21 years of competition experience. Probably wasn't the best walkout he's ever done.
No, but he looks in control. He looks stable.
Oh, he's looking strong today, isn't he?
And it's a good lift.
So I think that might have been his best competition lift, I think.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Yeah, I've only got 382.5 for him in the past, so that's a big
That is a
PB for
nice
Sonny.
way to finish the squats, isn't it?
To get ready.
So Magnussen, he hasn't had the best day. Initially failed his opening squat, was overturned by the jury. Couldn't get up with 402 on his second. He's going to come out for another go at it.
His second was just, everything was mistimed. He was so rushed.
He was.
He had 10 seconds left on the clock when he got to the platform. And you can see he looks a lot calmer now.
Yeah, it looks way more composed.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time.
Oh, he caught the rack. What a shame. On the right hand side, as you look at the platform, the plates bounced off the rack. And I think that really threw him off balance. There we go.
Yeah, and it really does.
So we talk about a conservative walkout, don't take it too far, but you really need to get clear of the rack.
Yeah, you've really got to put yourself in that right position.
So here's Lupas.
And the bar
He
is
has
loaded.
taken
This
quite a
will be
big jump,
PB.
17.5.
Come on, Lucas Power. You
And this
can
is
do
more
this.
than he's done in the past.
Well, he's looking pretty strong, so just needs to make sure he sinks it deep enough. Brought a little bit of extra intensity for this one. Oh, I don't know if that was deep enough. We'll see. He's strong enough, that's for sure. Was he deep enough? No, he wasn't.
Unfortunately, that's no lift.
Yeah.
We will now take a 10-minute break.
Okay, that is the end of squats for this session. We'll take a very short 10-minute break. Please join us back for bench.
You have 7 minutes remaining.
Welcome back to the World Open Equipped Powerlifting Championships here in Stavanger, Norway. My name's Joe Whiteley, and it's my absolute pleasure to be here today with the legend that is Gary Williams. It's the last day today. It's a 6-day competition, and we are through to the final day. And we have the 84 kilo class, the B group for the 84 plus, and the B group for the 120 plus as well. So we have a lot of lifters coming through here. Saw some brilliant squatting from the ladies though.
Yeah, look, it has been fantastic, and this is really heating up. I mean, what's great is we thought this competition was really sort of going to be owned by a couple of key lifters, and then suddenly there's a couple more lifters in there that are saying, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind a crack at the title as well.
You can see them right now on the screen. Rusinenko's leading from Melnikova from Melnik. So we thought it'd be between Melnik and Stin, really. But Stin's all the way down in 7. Big bencher though.
Big bench. I mean, never. We try not to get too carried away with these early rankings. Ray Stin is playing a really smart game here. She's going, you know what? I'm going to play to my strengths. I'm going to get as many kilos as I can where I can get them, and then I'm just going to bide my time. I'm not going to get caught up in the individual battles for the individual medals. I'll let these guys fight them out, and then I'm just going to slide in there with my numbers.
So we are going to start off with the B group for the 84s. So we're running in 3 flights. So this is some of the 84s and the 84 plus B group. Then we'll move into the group with the 84 kilo A group, and then we'll have the 120 kilo men. This is the running order for bench. Hannah Louise Graham is going to lead us out with 65 kilos, and then it's Jackie Reese and Anna Caroline to follow.
The current world record for the 84 kilos is 213 kilos, and the M1 is 191.
That 213 belongs to Rhea Stin.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue to belong to her for a little while yet.
She's currently got her opening at 210. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. But first we've got Hannah Louise Graham from the UK for 65 kilos. I don't think she's got a shirt on.
No, I don't think so.
So she's opening raw, may or may not put a shirt on for the rest of the competition. You're not obliged to.
Yeah, and there can be a number of reasons for that.
That was quite a narrow grip as well. So I don't know if she's dealing with an injury. We always think it's a risky move to open raw and then put a shirt on, because you don't have time to get the shirt working.
Yeah, well, you use each lift to fine tune it, don't you? And when you miss that, when you don't have the opening lift, there's missing data.
The lovely Jackie Reese now, she's coming out for 100 kilos. She has benched 120, but it was a couple of years ago now.
Oh, she gets good speed off the chest, gets it to lock out.
Left arm just swung around a little bit, which slowed her down, but it was a good lift. Next out we have Anna Caroline. And she's looking for 115.
So we'll just jump into the 84 pluses here for a second.
First international competition.
Yeah, she's only been competing for a few years.
I mean, this is a big one, isn't it? To go to your first international, and it's the World Open.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest ones on the IPF circuit, I think.
I said World Classic, World Open, those are your big two. Looks decent.
Yeah, from here it looks good. It is. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of pressure at your first World Championship. And so many new things you have to learn to deal with.
Lisa Fredrickson now, wealth of experience under her belt. PB of 125. Oh, just got a little
She
bit
got
out of shape.
really good speed off the chest there. Let's have a look and see what happened.
2.5 kilos for the next two lifters.
She got great speed.
Just missed a line somehow.
Yeah,
I think it's difficult to really interpret what went on
Bit of
there.
a strange one, that one. The shirt seemed to shift on her a little bit.
And here's Christy Savetta from Great Britain. She had a bit of a rough time on squat, but she got one in
She
the
got it
end.
in the end. And I mean, she's got a great team behind her.
This is 132.5. She's done 140 in the past. She got 135 at the Arnold UK a couple of weeks ago. I hope that didn't take too much out of her. Oh, you can see the shirt sliding up as
really
she presses.
shifted. Yeah, you could see she's
going
lost
to need
all
to
that
try and
power.
keep that shirt down.
She's going to have to wrap an SPD belt around that.
I can't imagine how anyone keeps their shirt in place
Yeah.
without a belt. I mean, you see people do it all the time, but for me, if I don't have a decent belt holding that in place, then it, as you saw there, it
Yeah,
heads
and
north.
that was a really good example of how the shirt will just slide up. It doesn't want to be pulled into
No.
that energy position.
Sophia Camland. Sweden for 132.5.
Getting right up on those shoulders. Trying to get yourself in the best position for those levers and fulcrums.
Slow and careful touch. Quite slow off the chest, but went all the way, no problem.
Yeah, it didn't seem to move really fast, but it seemed to move smooth. I mean, that's not the best angle to see the speed. This is a much better angle. It's a really nice controlled touch, exactly where she wants it.
Elbows were flailing about a bit.
Yeah, as you could see, she just got a little bit out of position on the touch, but she managed it really well.
Carolina Kalata, she unfortunately did not get a successful squat.
And you've got to take your hat off. This shows the true spirit of athletes in powerlifting.
To be able to deal with your disappointment.
Yeah, look, she would have walked out the back after that and wanted to crawl into a suitcase and send herself back home, but here she is, building on this competition experience. And she gets that one back to the top. And it's a good lift.
She's on the board. Of course, you can still take medals in the bench and deadlift if you bomb on squat. You just can't make a total. So Sarah Roddock, US Virgin Islands, is out next for 155. Also failed to make a successful squat. So let's hope bench goes better for her.
Yeah, we've seen some tough days for quite a number of athletes this week, but equipped lifting is very much like that, I'm afraid.
She has a PB of 170, so this should be nice and comfortable. But it isn't. I'm not sure if the bar dipped or not there.
Well, she gets it
It's
on the
a good
board.
lift. You see that back from the side? It was tough though.
For Christy Reese, South Africa, Graham, Jackie Reese, Fredrickson, to get ready.
So Christy Reese next, South Africa for 165. This is a big press.
165 kilos.
I have her PB as 140.
Yeah, I'm not sure when she pressed the 165.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe a gym lift.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell.
So this is huge for Christy. Well, it was smooth most of the way. Gave it a bit of a wiggle at the top.
There was a bit of a wiggle there. I hope it's all right though. It gets through.
About 80 kilos, please, for Hannah Louise Graham, Jackie Reese Fredrickson, Caroline.
So we are through now to the second round, and Hannah Louise Graham is going to come out for 80. She opened on 65. She's gone up 15. As she opened raw, she's put a shirt on
Put
now.
a shirt on now.
So it'll be interesting to see if she's been able to get this working in the short time she's had to run out of the back, get the shirt on. Do you think there's been time really to do a warm-up in it?
Yeah, it's really. I know a lot of athletes do this, but I mean personally, from a coaching perspective, I'm not a huge fan of it. But for some, it works.
We've seen it go wrong many times before, but it's worked well for Hannah today.
It has.
I'm not sure I could even get into a shirt between attempts.
I know I couldn't.
Here's Jackie, gone up 5.
I think 5 kilos is probably where I'd be on this one as well.
She's had a really
it's not going
difficult
to lock
time
on
at
that left-hand
lockout
side
there,
though.
I don't know if she pushed that offline as it went up.
It was very straight.
She's got an opportunity to come back and try that again.
Of course.
We have Lisa Fredrickson coming in now for her second attempt at 117 and a half. I think she just missed a line.
Yeah, this one, it came off the chest. It just didn't really go the direction she needed it to go. Oh, struggling there. She got really good speed there. Just couldn't follow it through. It almost looked like it came off her chest faster than she was expecting.
It's really hard to interpret what's happening here, because she looks good off the chest, but then just grinds to a halt.
Yeah, that one looked like it's come off the chest really fast, and probably faster than she was expecting it to come off. And by the time she's caught up with it.
So here's Anna Caroline from Estonia. She's only gone up 2.5. Of course, one of the difficulties in a shirt is setting up without the shirt slipping or moving out of place.
And it gets 3 white lights.
Anna having a good day in her first international competition. Let the bar to 132.5, please, for Christy Sabetta. Hamlin to follow.
So Christy Savetta next. Her shirt slipped, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm just interested.
Has she got a belt on this
She's
time?
still
She
not wearing a
hasn't.
belt.
So let's see if they've just pulled the shirt straight. I mean, it's a bit of an unglamorous thing. You tend to go up the singlet leg and
it's
pull the
not
shirt
the most
down.
glamorous of things.
Aaron Singh in the wings. It's slipping again.
Yeah,
I can see
it shifting.
But she's got it all the way
She's
this
managed
time.
to get through it this time. It didn't shift as much. She still had enough there. But I
She
would
is on the board.
certainly be talking to her about putting a belt on.
Yeah, I don't understand why you wouldn't really. If you feel that it compromises your arch, you could put a thinner belt on, a bench belt.
you can get the thin bench belts. They're made
Yeah.
specifically for that. I mean, personally, I'm quite happy to bench in my SBD belt.
Me too, me too. I find the thinner bench belts don't keep the shirt down enough for me, personally. But we see the beltless working for a lot of really top-end lifters, so it really is down to personal preference. If you can keep it in place, by all means.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, there's no right or wrong way.
Sofia Kamlund, Sweden, for 137.5. 5 kilos above her PB. Did she bang the clip?
Almost got it there, and I think it did just clip. I'm not sure on that one.
I think she clipped at the rack. Let's see if we can see that back on this side. Such a slow descent though. I know the shirt's fighting you, but you use so much energy on
Yeah,
such a
it's
slow
a really
descent.
hard thing to balance. I mean, you don't want it to be drawing out
Yep,
all your
hit the rack.
energy.
Poland, 155 kilos and still a junior lifter.
Next up, Karolina Kolata, Poland. For 155. This is a huge bench for a junior lifter. And again, way more than we've seen from her in the past. It's a big jump, isn't it? She's gone up 20 kilos.
That is a really big jump. I mean, bench is traditionally smaller jumps, smaller muscle groups. That's a lot of weight to hold on to. She's not managing it. That is a huge jump, 135 to 155.
She comes down and then her butt's
Yeah,
up
she
already
gets all
and
over
she
the place.
drops the weight. So, Sarah Roddick for 165. Her opener looked tough, but she's gone up a full 10 kilos. But we know that there's a lot of adjustment you can do to the shirt.
Yeah, I think it's probably the lift that you can do the most.
Now I can't really tell what's happened from that.
I'm not entirely sure. She's just
She's
not locking
can't
out.
lock it out. We might see that better from the side.
Yeah,
And
the butt
she's
lifted
well
there.
off, she just can't drive it home.
In this instance, I think a little bit more shirt adjustment. She got the touch very easily. There just wasn't much in it there. A little bit of adjustment, get that power off the chest.
170 for Christy Reese.
There are some big numbers going on these
They really
benches.
are. And this is terrifying to hold above your face. Once you start the pull down to the chest, the shirt starts working and it all feels a bit more natural.
Yeah,
But holding the weight is...
It's an enormous amount to hold in your hands.
Didn't get much pop off the chest.
She hasn't got the best
all.
wrist
But
position
look,
there
she's
either.
driving through
I
it.
can't believe she is driving
I don't
that.
think she locked it.
How strong is she?
She did.
That is crazy strength. I think that was almost a raw bench 170.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be getting much out of the shirt from the chest. I mean, it's a relatively difficult touch.
Her wrists
but
are in a
then
bad position.
her elbows weren't in the best position, but she keeps on pushing.
Unbelievable.
So we have Smiley Hannah Graham, Hannah Louise Graham, and she's gone up another 10 kilos. Open draw, went up a long way. Got a good lift in her shirt. She's got long arms, hasn't she? That bar is going a long way.
Yeah, that shirt is really slipping around, isn't it? She gets it there.
Good reps.
She runs off. Pretty excited with that one.
Well, I bet she's 6 for 6 right now.
Flight 2
And
lifters.
I think
You have
it's her
5
first
lifts remaining
international.
and put
Yeah,
your
she
feet
lifted
together.
internationally as a junior,
Yeah.
but it's her first
Loaded
open
for Jackie Reese,
worlds.
South Africa,
And 6 from 6. You know what? I mean, that's the thing about equipped powerlifting. Sometimes everything just works. And then other times it doesn't.
Here's Jackie for another attempt at 105. Couldn't seem to just get this to lock out. Oh, I think
Yeah.
she made that hard for herself, just
Yeah.
pressing upwards. But she struggled with the left arm all day. So I don't know if she's carrying something there or she's just a little bit asymmetrical.
Yeah, you can see she does press quite straight. And her left arm comes down to an odd position as well.
So Lisa Fredrickson next, coming out with nothing on the
Yeah,
board.
she's in a tough spot right now.
She just doesn't seem to be able to get her line
Yeah.
right. It's really difficult to understand what's going wrong with this. Because she gets speed off the chest.
Yeah, she gets the speed off her chest, but then all of a sudden it just seems to stop. She just needs to really internally explode a lot faster. That's
it.
better, exactly. And that actually shows that her last lift was a case of she wasn't accelerating as fast as the bar and it's
Yes.
gotten away from her. In this one, she really exploded.
And it just went all the way with no drama at all. I mean, I imagine that's how she was expecting her opener to go. Here's Anna Karolin, Estonia. She's taking some really small jumps, 115, 117 and a half. This is 120. She lists her PB as 95, so this is a long way up from there.
A very long way.
I was kind of expecting that to go over the top. It looked like she
Yeah,
rolled her wrists at the
But she
bottom.
handled it very well. She's extremely excited.
137.5 kilos, please. For Christopher Sabetta, Great Britain. Camelon to follow. Flight 2 lifters.
Yeah, she
After
managed to handle that
Camelon's
really
lift
well.
has been completed, there will be no more changes. And the bar is
Here's
lowered.
Christy Civetta. Seems to be having a bit of difficulty keeping her shirt in place. Because she's gone up 5 kilos now. 137 and a half.
Yeah, it slipped around a bit on the second one as well, but not as much as the first. So let's see how this one goes.
It's the Super Katana with the new design on it, so I imagine that's a new shirt.
Super Katana, probably one of the most popular shirts, I think. Yeah.
Couldn't really see what the
Yeah.
shirt was doing from that angle. We won't get to see it on the replay.
I'm afraid that is a no lift for
But
Christy.
she's just not getting the power out of it.
Goes up to 140 kilos for Sophia Camlon. Reminder, flight 2 after
Oh,
this
it's quite
lift is
straight press then
completed,
as well.
No more changes to openers.
Sophia Camlin next. She missed 137 and a half. Oh, she hit the rack. She hit the rack on the way up, and when you do that in a bench shirt, that throws you offline, and you
Yeah.
are not bringing that back.
It's a little bit more recoverable in a classic lift, but when you do clip anything like the rack in a shirt, once that line shifts, you can pretty much give it back to the spotters. So has she shifted herself out a bit on this one? Oh,
I think she's got it.
she got it back to the top. I think it's okay. It is. Well done.
Down to 160 kilos, please, for Colata. No more changes. Flight 2, no more changes.
Now we have an interesting one coming up. Carolina Colata she's not having a great day. She didn't manage to make a successful squat.
Yeah, that was interesting. They started at 135,
I
massive
think,
jump to 155,
I think I just saw, oh no, she's coming out.
and it looked like the 155 looked like it was
It was
just
just way
too much
too
to
heavy
handle.
for her to handle, and it's way more than she's ever done on the platform before. So I really hope this goes well. The 155 just came down and just dropped onto her belly.
I hope that belt doesn't get in the road there.
Oh, it will. It's going to, isn't it?
She's
She's
going to
going to
touch
touch the belt. That's a red light. If the referee can see it from their angle, of course they're not looking
Yeah.
directly down, and it doesn't matter anyway. It's not going.
Completely irrelevant.
But
That is
that's
a no
a
lift.
real. That shouldn't have been allowed to happen. You shouldn't have the bit of your belt sticking out there. Now the side referee might not have been able to see it with the plates and what have you, so she might have got away with it. But you certainly, it's a red
Yeah.
card failure to
It's
touch your
something.
belt.
It's something you don't want to happen.
So Roddock, her opener was tough. She went up 10 kilos, didn't manage it, just couldn't take it to lockout. So she's going to have another go at it today.
Oh, she's just struggling to hold that weight there. She's got time to reset. There's been no command. She didn't make an obvious attempt. She just couldn't manage to hold that position. Yeah, and
Just too heavy.
yeah, it was. It was just one of those things that today is not the day for that one. That's why it is so important to get those openers on the board.
Here's Christy Reese with a massive 177.5.
That is a big, big lift.
No, she pushed that the wrong way.
Yeah,
so she
there was
didn't
just
get any pop off the
nothing
chest,
off the
so
chest there at all.
Okay, so where are we now? We are through to the second flight now, and we have Iris Hansenhuis from the Netherlands. She's asked for 102.5.
Yeah, so we move into the second flight of the 84s now.
Netherlands, 102.5
She is a big deadlifter, and we often find that a big deadlift and a big bench don't go well together.
Yeah, they're sort of not a lot of similarities in biomechanic requirements.
It's not always the case, but it does happen with some of the longer armed lifters.
Well, she moved it well. It's a long way to move, but she manages it very well.
We have Valerie von Gleichen next for 117.5. taking quite a bit of time to set up. A little bit of a difficult lockout.
Yeah, it wasn't super easy, but it gets on the board. And that is the important one.
37.5 kilos please for Anastasia Melnikova.
So this is where we see the game of powerlifting comes around. Anastasia Melnikova had the biggest, well, one of the biggest squats. She took the silver medal. Doesn't have one of the biggest benches though.
Yeah, so this is the thing of playing to your strengths. She played to her strengths in the squat. Now, in this position, she just needs to put the numbers on. 5 kilos here, 2.5 there.
She's coming out for 137.5. That's only 5 kilos below her current personal best. Took the junior world record on squat with her second. Had a go at the open, wasn't quite there. And she did well there. It looked like she lost control at the
looked
bottom,
like all the
didn't she?
tightness had disappeared at the bottom, and I almost said something. I thought, no, I'll wait because she's pretty good.
So it's nice and controlled here, and then suddenly dropped
Yeah, it
to the
just looked
chest.
like everything was gone, but
That was absolutely fine. So here is Heidi Arneson. You can tell from the noise she's a Norwegian lifter. And I can see the Norwegian team actually. There's Marta Elverum in the crowd there. She's getting a huge amount of support. And it's great to see lifters that have already lifted coming back in supporting the rest of the team. Now this is 140. I can see the M2 record.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything yet.
And that's her own record.
Wow. Looks good.
Now I would say she didn't get the best line there.
Yeah, it probably wasn't one of her best, but she gets that one out of the way, the stress reduced a little bit.
So if she can get this, if this goes to lockout so easily and she didn't quite get a line right, then, you know, how fast is it going to move if she nails it?
If she gets it all right.
Daria Rusinenko, 150. PB is currently 142.5, so this is a bit of a risk. It was Rusinenko, not Melnikova, that took the junior world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that wrong earlier, sorry. So many lifters in this category, it's hard to keep everyone straight.
With all the lifters and all the records.
Oh no, that went
yeah,
she's
got lateral movement there, it's hit the rack. Got all out of shape.
So I don't think we're going to get a replay of that.
Yeah, that is not the replay.
Nope. So we have a second Norwegian lifter coming out now, Anna Heranga.
$152.5 on the bar.
Fourth place going into bench. So she is well positioned for a run at the title. She got a big deadlift too. That was nice.
Well, that moved fairly quickly. And gets that one on the board.
175 kilos, please, for the next two lifters. The first of which is Tatiana Melnik, Ukraine.
Tatiana Melnik, Ukraine. Took the bronze on squat. Coming out for a massive 175 for her opener.
Tatiana Melnik, Ukraine.
175 kilograms. Got to get this first one on the board. You can stay in touch. And then you can look at adding some kilos.
She has the European record at 189. She's short on time.
Yeah, she's just gets the command.
That was a difficult lock, but I
Yeah,
think her position shifted as she
Good
got
luck.
down
She
to the
got it
chest.
there.
3 wide lines. The bar remains at 175 kilos for Ankie Timmer, Netherlands. Still,
Yeah, her feet
Kensen
shifted
Boost
away a little
from
bit. It's not
Glycan
easy to get a
for
good
Brennan.
press out
Yeah.
when your position's moving like
The
that.
bar is loaded. Ankie Timmer, Netherlands, 175 kilos.
Ankie Timmers also opening 175. She did 187.5 in Dubai, so this is well within her capabilities.
Crowd is growing here.
Tough for an opener.
Yeah, nearly got off line there, but she managed to hold it.
Load the bar to 210.
And we have the incredible Rhea Stinn opening her bench with 210 kilos. That's insane.
That is monstrous.
I think only a handful of women, less than 10 women in the IPF have ever benched 210 or more.
And this is her opener.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and you could hear the coach there, great cues in the background. You know, keep it back, reminding her to push back on it rather than straight up.
He counts down to the chest, Ryan. I heard him do it for a couple of the other lifters as well. I'm not certain what that, what the cue is there, but it's obviously something they work with in training.
Yeah, and cues are quite personal too. I mean, you can't just sort of walk out with an athlete and throw out a cue that you think is going to work. It's something you have to work with in training as well.
Here's Iris. She started at 102.5. She's gone up to 110. She did 112.5 in Dubai last time this competition was held. She's just got such long arms.
It is
Such a disadvantage
it
in
is
this lift.
so much tougher when you've got all that range of motion to get through, but she manages it really well.
27.5 kilos, please, for Valerie von Gleichen.
Valerie von Gleichen next, Germany, 127.5. Gone up 10 kilos. Just below her PB of 130 now.
Gleichen, Germany.
So 127.5. Just shy of her best lift.
Oh, last little bit was tough there. Did she
Oh,
get
that
it all
left
the
arm
way?
finally finds its way to the top.
Good lift.
It took a little while for that left arm to lock, but it got there in the end.
142.5.
Wow, I've got to wonder how much more she's got left there though. But you know, jack that shirt down.
Russian Olympic Committee. Arneson, Rusinenko.
I often feel like that. If you've got 2 on the board, come on coach, jack the shirt down, just put whatever I need on the bar.
Yeah, so I mean, you did 3 successful lifts a couple of weeks ago at
Yep.
the World Bench. I mean, how much shirt adjustment was there between lifts for
Do
you?
you know what? None. None at all. And I came out for my third, I put 12.5 kilos on it to go for best lifter. And we didn't adjust it at all because it was working perfectly for me.
So, you know, that's the thing about fine-tuning. You know, we talk about shirt adjustments and things like that, but that's a perfect case. Everything's working right. Leave it alone.
Here's Anastasia Melnikova, 142.5. A little bit of a wobble, did the bar dip.
Yeah, it was fast off the chest. Gets
It
it
did
through.
not.
Yeah.
You also get a better view of whether or not the bar dips from the side here. We see it stall. Yeah, it just waves about a bit. It doesn't actually go down.
But that is the really difficult thing with a quick bench is you press that bar out, and when you catch it, there's that moment where you're taking over.
Heidi Hille Arneson, Norway, for 145. This is only 2.5 kilos below her own world record now in the M2s. 51 years old, competing in the Open. And holding her own as well. Currently in 6th place in a field of 15.
Well, it was smooth all the way. It was a bit tough.
It wasn't fast, but it wasn't in any doubt. And you know what? If I don't see 150 go on for a third, I will be
you know what? It's a really
amazed.
tough one too because to go for the Masters World Record, she can't chip it, so she has to go to the full 150.
But I think if in that situation, if it had been looked like that, I would take a little bit of shirt adjustment, put 5 on it, and go for it. Because it's tight in the midfield there. A subtotal, there's 2.5, 5 kilos here and there. Those extra 2.5 might be worth a lot at the end of the competition. Daria Rusinenko, she missed 150. Just didn't, it just got all that kinds of out of shape with it. It's twisting as it goes down and she's hit the rack on the right.
She's done the same thing again. She's still driving, but she's not going to get there.
I think the problem there was that the right arm tucked a lot more than the left and the bar kind of windmilled.
Yeah.
And you probably see as it comes up here, yeah, she's twisted.
Yeah.
So that means she's hitting the rack on the left-hand side because it's gone that far
I'm
around.
just wondering if they've mistwisted the sleeves a little bit.
Maybe. The shirt's just not
Yeah,
sitting
the shirt's
right.
just not sitting in the right direction.
Anna Haranga for 157.5. Did a nice opener at 152. Gone up 5. Great mobility.
Oh, that
Not
left-hand
quite.
side just doesn't want to go.
And that is a no lift, unfortunately.
You can see they are starting to push themselves right to the edge now.
For Ankie Timmer, Netherlands,
Yeah, she starts to slip a bit on the bench as well.
to get ready.
Anki Timmers, 180.
Load the bar to 1.
So if you're not an equipped lifter, next time you go in the gym, have a go at deadlifting 180 and then imagine benching it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in training, we do a lot of things like static holds of the much heavier weights to get used to that feeling. And I certainly wouldn't encourage that if you've never done it before. But it is a really good way to get an understanding of just how much weight that is.
It always feels to me much worse in the hands that lock out than as soon as you start the press, it feels much better. This will move Anki Timmers up from 3rd to 2nd for the moment. tough lockout.
Yeah, she's got it at the top though, and she gets the white lights.
That puts her in a great position now, but Tetiana Melnik is about to come out to respond with 182.5.
To get ready, and the bar is loaded for Melnik, 182.5 kilos.
Absolute wealth of experience here.
Yep, no stranger to the world platform.
Won her first Worlds as a junior and just kept going. Has the total world record in the 76s.
This is a massive lift. 182.5, and it's not even the biggest on the board.
No, went over the top.
Not today.
Sorry, that's a no lift. Load the bar to a world record.
So as we watch that back,
Yeah,
it
just got away there.
so quickly that went offline.
Yeah, and that is the thing when you're talking about that much weight, once it shifts one way or the other, that's the end.
Now this is interesting. Ray's going for a world record. We expected her to, but her own world record's 2:13, and she's putting 2:18 on.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting 2:18.
No, and I think what she's looking for here is she's kind of saying, I want to put more weight on, I want to extend because I want to win the overall, and I want to carry that chip.
Yeah, and this will make a big difference in the end. Look, it's a big call. It's not a huge 8 kilos in a quick bench at this weight class, not massive.
Her deadlift isn't weak. She's got a decent deadlift,
No,
but that half-kilo chip is worth a lot at the end of the game.
Yeah, she knows that this is the spot where she can make up a few extra kilos that the others can't.
She looked great with her opener.
I think it looks good.
That was superb. That
It
is a new world record. And that's not only the 3 lift bench record, that's the single lift bench record as well.
118 kilograms. That is massive. So where did she go with the next one?
That is, do you know, what would you do, Gary?
Honestly, I wouldn't be
220.5?
surprised to see. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see 223 go on there.
I think if it was me, I think 220.5, push out a little bit more. 223, you called it. So they are feeling
A
confident.
nice even 5 kilos.
So we're through to the third round now, and here comes Iris Kensenhuis from the Netherlands for 112.5. She's done this in the past. She's managing the disadvantage of those long arms very well.
Yeah, she's really got a handle on it. She's playing to her strengths. She knows exactly what she can do.
But that will all come around. She's got a huge deadlift. She just pushed that the wrong way.
Yeah, she just drove it out forward. We talk about driving up straight. That almost looks like she drove it a little bit forward there. Let's have a look.
Right, 3 lifters. You have 5.
Yeah, it was pretty straight.
If you push that bar straight up into the air, you will get so far and then it will just stop moving.
And the bar is loaded.
Valerie von Gleichen, Germany. She's gone up another 5. She went up 10 kilos from her opener. This is 132.5. Small PB.
Yeah, look, and bench is fragile. You know, you reach that threshold very quickly on bench. You can hit a number and it feels really good and you think, oh yeah, an extra 5 kilos would be great. And it just stops you in your tracks.
both the first and second, she's had a really tough lockout. It took ages to get that left arm locked last time, so let's see how this goes. She's banging on the rack. I don't think she can do it.
Yeah, it's not going to lock out this time.
Very good battle, but
Yeah, unfortunately, no lift.
look about the 147.5 kilos, please, for Heidi Hiller Arneson. Meldikova and Rustenenko to get ready. And the bar is loaded. Heidi Hiller Arneson.
So this is
Yeah, so she
Heidi
decided just to go to the
Arneson. Yeah, I'm
147.5.
surprised, to be honest. She must have felt that there wasn't much there. Maybe
Yeah.
she was at the limit of the adjustment of the shirt.
Yeah, and I think she's sort of looking at the long game there and saying, well, you never know. I could find myself in a position to move up a little bit.
So she's matching her own M2 world record. That was probably a good choice, to be honest.
I think that was a very good decision.
Right on the edge of strength.
Yeah, and that's an extra 2.5 kilos she's adding to her total now, rather than missing out on it altogether. Yeah, look, I mean, the speed of that lift, it's almost stalled out. That was a good choice.
Absolutely.
Rustenenko to get ready. And the bar is loaded for Melnikova.
Here's Anastasia Melnikova.
Yeah, she was really good in the squats. Her bench has been going well, but obviously it's not her strongest suit. So this is an important couple of extra kilos here.
Oh.
Oh, she did the same on
That's
every
just a
single lift.
style,
It
yeah.
looks like everything's gone, and then all of a sudden it just powers off the chest. It's quite an unusual technique, and you think she's completely lost all tightness.
People, she really, really needs your help. Let's make some noise. And the bar is loaded. Daria Rustenenko, 150 kilos. Come on, Daria, come on!
So here we go with Daria Rustenenko.
Yeah, she's in
150
all sorts of
for
trouble.
the third time of asking. She just seemed twisted up on a second.
Come on now, Daria.
The bar kind of windmilled to the left and
Yeah.
then clipped on the rack, and she had nowhere to go from there.
Oh, she's got it to the top. Has she done enough?
I really don't know. She has.
And she will be breathing an enormous sigh
Wow.
of relief now.
That took her into third place overall.
5 kilos for Anna Sorli Haranga, Norway. And the bar is loaded.
So Anna Haranga, 157.5.
Get ready.
Missed this last time. Just couldn't get it all the way.
Yeah, look, it's really tough out there. And you've got a competition that's, you know, in some points it's moving along pretty fast, other points they're waiting a bit. It's difficult to manage the day.
And she's got it this time, I
That
think.
looks a lot better. It is. And the crowd goes wild.
Load the bar to 182.5 kilos, please. For Tatjana Melnik. Timmers to follow on the same weight. Flight 3, no more changes.
Here we go with Tatjana
And the
Melnik.
bar is loaded for Tatjana Melnik.
182.5 for the second time of asking. She got it most of the way last time, but then it just went offline at the last. This will take her up. She's guaranteed the bench bronze, but this will take her up to silver.
Yeah, look, and when you're holding 182.5 kilos above your head, when you're trying to move it, if it shifts half a centimetre one way or the other, I mean, that can be enough to throw it off balance completely.
Yeah, this is to guarantee the silver medal. Timmers is heavier.
Oh, again, same thing has happened.
For Tatjana, unfortunately.
I mean, on the bright side, she did get that opener on the board.
Yep.
182.5 kilos for Anki
Slow off the
Timmers,
chest
Netherlands.
and just offline.
Still to follow, and then we're straight at
So she has to
flight
make
three.
do with the bronze medal on bench. Anki Timmers is now guaranteed the silver.
Netherlands.
And I think she'll be happy with that, really. No one can compete with Rhea Stinn
Yeah,
on
look,
bench.
when you've got the silver medal and Rhea Stinn's in your flight,
Yeah, I think you've done pretty
yeah,
well.
you're sitting there thinking, yeah, I've just got the silver medal.
I can't see her in waiting to
Looks
come
like,
out.
Anki is not coming
Is
out,
she
so
decided
we
to
will
take
come
a bit of an extra break and get ready for deadlifts?
I can see Ryan
Yeah.
nervously clicking his pen in the doorway, so Anki Timmers is not coming out
Yeah.
for this. It's considered good manners, really, especially in equipped lifting, if you are not going to take a third attempt. And to be fair, Timmers' benches did look tough.
Yeah, look,
And she's guaranteed the silver.
yeah, guaranteed the silver. It's a huge day of lifting. You sort of sometimes you've got to make some tactical decisions.
And why not go and have a bit of a rest to start warming up your deadlift? But it's good manners, really. It's good sportsmanship to allow Rhea to have that bit
Yep.
extra rest before she comes out for another massive world record attempt.
So you'll note there that the guys cannot start loading that bar for Rhea until the minute has already run out, even if they're well aware the lift is not coming out.
So here we go with Rhea Stinn of Canada. She broke her own world record by miles. It was 2:13. She pushed it up to 2:18, and now she's looking for another 5 kilos on top.
Yeah, and this 223 is really well planned because it'll give her that extra 0.5
Yep.
on the total. That's going to come in really handy at the end.
Here she comes. A little bit of focus.
223.
This will put her in the top 3. Of all-time records.
Oh, she has done it.
Absolutely.
She has it.
Superb.
She does. 3 white lights.
Absolutely incredible from Rhea
What
Stinn.
a fantastic lift.
A big hug of Jeff Butts there as she came off the platform. That is so impressive. She's pressing weights that no one has
Yeah,
ever
that was
done
a
before
really
in
nice
this
lift,
class.
that too.
Superb.
Load the bar to 215 kilos, please.
So,
For Ranbir
it's time
Sabota.
for the super heavyweight men's B group.
Follow will be Magnus
Yeah, this will be a little bit easier for them in regards to timing as opposed to the squat session. I mean, there's no knee wraps to put on. They're already in their shirts. And if anything, for this weight class, a quick turnaround is actually not bad on bench for them.
Yeah, because it's hard work just standing there in your bench shirt. It's hard to describe how exhausting it is just being in a bench shirt. Here's Sunny Sahota with 215. He's done 235 in the past. He was at the Arnolds a couple of weeks ago, did 215 at that comp. He needs to watch his butt coming up though. Oh, that's a difficult
That
touch.
is a really
He's
hard
got
touch,
it in
isn't
the
it?
end.
Gets super fast off the chest though, wasn't it? That thing
218,
moved
good
like a
lift.
rocket.
the bar to 295 kilos, please. For Finner
and gets it down, and that comes up so strongly. He's having a good day actually. He got all 3 of his squats in.
And the bar is loaded
So
for
this is good for Noah Magnuson, Iceland, for 295. Just a reminder that we're talking about bench press.
Yeah, we're not squatting or deadlifting here. 295. The world record's 425.5.
So we're right up against his PB of 300. Didn't have the best day on squat. And that looked a bit ropey, but it's gone all the way.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest or prettiest lift we've seen him do.
Load the bar of 312.5 kilos, please, for Ionuț Florian Lukas, Romania.
Got some support here for Lupas coming out for 312.5.
And the bar is loaded. Lukas, Romania.
So he's done a 315 before. I don't know, was that recently?
Yes, he did that in the Euros
Ah, the Euros, that's right.
in August.
So is it 312.5?
That's
Oh,
a
he's
tough one.
struggling to lock out there. And he gets it on the board, but it was a really tough lockout, that one.
Yeah, it was scrappy.
Yeah, seeing the replay there, just really
Struggling
struggled to hold his balance on the bench there a little bit too. He was all a little bit all over the place.
So as we did in squats, we're going to run the clock for 4 minutes while they have a bit of a break, have a bit of a rest. Because we've only got 3 lifters in flight, we need to give them that extra recovery time.
Yeah, look, and as difficult as this was for them during the squats, they're probably actually quite going to enjoy the faster turnaround on bench for a couple of reasons with the big guys. One, you don't really want to be standing around your bench shirt any longer than you have to. They're not the most comfortable things on the
They're
planet.
really
You
not.
wouldn't wear them to the breakfast table. The other thing too is when you get into these bigger weight classes, they thrive on the momentum in the
Sure.
bench press, and it's a really important part for them. If you're waiting too long, you lose that momentum, you lose that motivation. It can be really tough. So this quick turnaround might actually benefit them quite well today in the bench. Not so much in the squats, but in the bench. So they can use that momentum, keep the motivation rolling as well, and you'll see them start to wander near the entrance there pretty early before the 4 minutes runs out.
It's going to be Rambir Sahota that comes out next. He's gone up 10 kilos, and to be honest, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd gone up even higher. The speed that his opener moved.
Yeah, it was
He
really
had
fast,
some
wasn't it?
difficulty getting it to the chest.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they've set that shirt really well. I mean, it was tough to pull to the chest, but the way it moved off the chest was absolutely like a rocket.
Of course, with equipped benching, there's so many adjustments. I think it's the thing you can do the most with the equipment.
Yeah,
You can adjust how the shirt sits. You can pull the collar down. I must admit, I've heard you talk before about adjusting the where the sleeves sit, twisting
yeah,
the
so
sleeves.
you can twist the sleeves, you can move the sleeves and things like that. Yeah,
I've never been able to get the sleeves to move once I'm in the shirt. I could take it off again, put them on slightly so the sleeves are turned outwards
it's not
more,
the easiest thing to adjust.
but I've never managed to get them to twist while I was already in it.
It's not there, and in a lot of cases it is. In some cases it is a case of having to take it off and put it on again.
Right, okay.
I mean, particularly if you're wearing a really tight fit around the sleeves as well.
Well, I swell up, and my arms swell
Yeah.
up as soon as I'm in it, so there's no chance
Yeah,
of
so there's a
moving
number
it.
of different ways to do it.
So I tend to rely on jacking the collar
Yeah.
down and getting that just a little bit further down. But I wear the shirt quite high to start with and just get a
Yeah.
little bit of adjustment as we go along if I need it. But if things are going well, You leave it exactly where it is.
Yeah, and you said that earlier when you were in Lithuania a couple of weeks ago. You didn't do any adjustment.
No, nothing at all.
You know, everything was working perfectly. Why touch
Yeah.
it when everything's working right? And clearly, I mean, you went 3 from 3, got one of your best lifts in a while, and got best lifter as well.
Yeah. So it's just a case of if it's working for you that day, don't
Yeah.
fix what isn't broke.
Yeah, look, and equip bench is really fragile in that respect. And we've talked in the past about people opening without a shirt, and it is a risk because you're not using that first bench as part of your tuning process
and you want to
either.
get the shirt stretching and working.
So if you're putting it on for your second, you're doing a tune-up on the fly and trying to get it right without any pre-testing.
And I would hate to be on the platform feeling my way through where the shirt's at and where I want it to be. And I think there's a mistake you can make, just thinking I'll get a tighter shirt, I'll wear it lower, and that'll put more kilos on. Wear one that fits.
Be
and
fantastic
wear
if it
properly.
worked like that.
Absolutely. And you do see people in super tight shirts, the collar's jacked almost down to the waist, it looks like sometimes, and they can't get the shirt working.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Like it's something that probably takes the longest to develop and learn too, I think, equip bench.
Well, bench in general, it's all about time under the bar.
Yeah.
But equip benching as well, and it depends on whether it suits you or not, depends on your style of raw bench as well. I'm very tricep dominant, so that works well for me.
And there are the odd people that can throw a shirt on and all of a sudden add 30 kilos to their bench.
Here's Ranbir Sahota, 225. And his opener moved like a rocket.
Well, let's see if his second moves just as fast. I get a feeling it's going to.
Again, struggling for the touch. And that moves so quickly.
Yeah, and to me, that looks like everything works so well in the first one. Well, let's leave everything alone and we'll just put more weight on.
And it looks like he's got a good 10 more kilos there to me.
Yeah.
Now, here's Magnusson. He's gone up 10 kilos as well to 305. His opener looked a bit ropey.
Yeah, it was a bit all over the shop. But in his defence, he is about 8 times bigger than the bench.
It's true, actually. You don't think about the size of these super heavyweights, the breadth across the shoulders. Oh, his wrist wraps come off.
So this is a difficult position now because he's lying down on the bench. And what really should happen is he should stand back up.
Yeah. But the spotters helped him out there, got his wrap sorted out for him.
Yeah, he's looking a little stressed and rattled now, though. And I think this is really going to affect him.
So the reason he was difficult for him to do the wrap himself is you're really restricted in movement.
All out of shape there.
In that shirt. Yeah. That would be tough to come back from.
Yeah, look,
really.
that was just everything that could go wrong did go wrong. He has not had a great day so far. I mean, he's got some lifts on the board, but he's just having one of those days where just things are going wrong.
Yeah, I think he only got one of his squats. So far, he only has one of his benches. Lupas coming out now for 322.5.
And here he comes. For 322.5. His best competition lift. So I think he did 3:15 in the Europeans.
That's right.
Just didn't really get the position, did he?
No, what happened there?
That's a no
Did
lift
they
and
Yeah,
put it back in the
the
rack? He
spotters
went
took it.
offline.
4
Right,
minutes
okay.
on the clock, please.
So if we can see that back.
Just a reminder for the audience.
Pops
if
up.
you've
Oh,
not
yeah,
been
and going
on
nowhere.
such a
Yep.
small flight and you've come in recently,
So we are back
remainder
into
of the
our
120 class
4
will be
minutes
lifting this afternoon
before they come out
live
for
on
their third.
Eurosport. And for television
So there's just time to
purposes,
thank our sponsors, Eleiko, who are providing the platform equipment you've been seeing all day,
and that's why
but also
some of the
SBD, who provide strength apparel for some of the best strength athletes in the world. And of course, these two companies do more than sponsor the competitions. They sponsor federations and athletes and the very sport itself. We wouldn't be driving forward with a sport without sponsors like these.
Yeah, and I think it's great when we see so many athletes come out wearing Eleiko, wearing SBD,
Yeah.
and it just demonstrates that they're not just sponsors. People are using their equipment because it's the best you can get your hands on.
Absolutely, in my opinion. Obviously, the other products are available, but in my opinion, the SBD belt is the best on the market. And not only that, it's a thing of great beauty.
It really does look
Beautiful
good, doesn't
English leather.
it? I look honestly,
beautiful red
I wear
English
mine
suede.
out to dinner. It holds my pants up. I like a big belt. But yeah, it is really nice to see so many athletes, and not just the athletes that are supported by these companies. You see them wearing the Eleiko singlets, the Eleiko belt, the SBD belt, the SBD knee wraps, the SBD knee sleeves, the SBD wrist wraps. They're all wearing the equipment, and everyone in powerlifting would love to have their own Eleiko set at
Oh, of
home to
course.
train on, because it is the
I must
best.
admit, I have the bar. I have the competition power bar. If you buy once, buy the best.
Well, that's it, and they will last forever. You see these bars here. I mean, we saw one of these bars hit the ground yesterday with well in excess of 300 kilos on it, and for an Eleiko bar, that's nothing.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
not a
absolutely
problem.
fine. You do that to a normal bar, and you're probably never going to use it again, or a normal set of plates, and they're probably going to break.
Of course, SBD talked to us the other day, and they let us know that their brand new range, Storm, I think, is coming out
The
in a few
winter
days.
limited edition. That's all I've been told.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh, I have more information than you guys.
Well,
Storm.
I feel like I've been left out of the loop now. Storm.
Well, they wouldn't tell us anything about the colour of ways or what the range is going to include, but that will be out in a few days. So I
I
keep your
feel
eyes
like
on
I've been
social
let
media.
into some sort of special network. We'll tell you this much. But of course, it's always fantastic when they get the new range out.
Yeah, the most recent one, the sort of burgundy maroon colour, was that Phoenix?
Yeah,
We
Phoenix.
saw that all over the platform at Helsingborg.
Yeah, and I was talking to the guys yesterday at SBD about some of their equipment. I was having a talk about the equipped lifting and some of the stuff that SBD do. So they don't really do an enormous amount of equip. They do.
No, it's mainly about raw because they
yeah,
do the knee sleeves and
and they
everything.
do the knee wraps here as well for equipped lifting as well. And of course, they've got so many different kinds. But they just updated me at the number of changes they've made to their knee wraps based on the feedback they had from athletes as well. And of course, that's one of the great things about both of these companies. They listen to the people that are using it. They redesign their product based on what their users actually tell them.
Absolutely. And Eleiko were good enough to welcome us to their headquarters to do the World Classic a few weeks ago. And they had, we were in a dangerous situation there that the Eleiko had an on-site shop.
Joe was in an Eleiko store with a credit card.
I daren't go in with my credit card in my pocket because there were so many phenomenal high-quality products in there that I really wanted.
Yeah, it was a very dangerous situation. Thankfully, there's luggage limitations.
So we are about to get started again with the third round of bench press, and we have Sunny Sahota from Great Britain coming out for 230. Then, given the way his benches move, this is quite conservative.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, but look, as I said, I mean, bench is one of those things that reaches the threshold very quickly. You can walk off a bench feeling great and think, yeah, I've got another 10 kilos in there, where in reality, 2.5 was it.
And best to say, I think I could have done more than I wish I'd tried for less.
Yeah, I mean you've got to think about the total, and you've got to think about that long game, and you're better off adding 5 kilos to your total than taking a crack at 10 and not adding anything.
Here's Sunny, 230.
Yeah,
Again, that
exactly the
difficult
same.
touch. Oh, but he can't look it.
And can he get it there? I don't think he
I'm
did.
not sure.
He did not.
No, couldn't quite finish it off.
And that's what we're talking about with the bench being one of those things where it just falls off so quickly.
Yeah, well, there we go. The coaches knew better than me. I thought another 10 kilos there will fly, given the way that his second moved. But they're obviously more familiar with his pattern
his
of
style.
benching.
And
Gudfinnur Magnusson, Iceland, for 305. Second time of asking.
yeah, look, I hope now, I mean, in this one, he just has everything work properly. He's just had a rough time this morning with his squad. He was out there late and panicked. He just came out for his second bench. His wrist strap came undone.
And he's fighting with
Yeah,
it,
not
but
today,
it
though.
won't quite go.
He'll have to settle for 295.
So he's not having a great day. He's 2 for 6.
127.5 kilos.
Yeah, we talk about equipped lifting. I mean, each competition, it can go either way. Sometimes everything just works, and sometimes it doesn't, and that is part of equipped lifting.
And if you've travelled a long way, of course, from Magnusson, only come from Iceland, it's not a huge distance. But if you have travelled a long way, and body weight changes can make such a big difference in equipment.
Yeah, it does sound a lot colder there, though. I mean, a country named Iceland, that sounds cold to me.
So here is Lupaz from Romania for 327.5. He missed 322, but he's gone up 5 anyway. So it's difficult to balance the adjustment that you'll put in the shirt. So if you pull that down too far, then will it still get to the chest?
It is a combination of science and experience, and a collection of data.
Here we go. This is the last bench press of this session.
No, it's just not going to
quite.
get there, I'm afraid. Not this time.
Unfortunately, also not having a good day. He's 3 for 6. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now, and we're going to have a really exciting competition coming up. I think it's going to go down to the line with the ladies on deadlifts.
It is going to come down to that last deadlift.
Join us then. Welcome back to an action-packed session here in Stavanger, Norway. This is the final day of the 2021 World Open Equipped Powerlifting Championships. And we have the 84 kilo women, 84 plus kilo B group, and the 120 plus kilo B group for the men. And my name's Joe Whiteley. I'm here with Gary Williams. And Gary, we've seen some phenomenal lifting so
Yeah,
far.
look, this whole week has been out of control. And then today, of course, and the highlight of that bench, I think, is Rhea Stinn. Opened at
Absolutely.
210, 213 for the world record. And then, sorry, 218 for the world
she
record.
put 5 kilos
and
on her
then
own world record and then
223.
put another 5 kilos on it again.
Absolutely phenomenal.
So we have the standings on the, in fact that's the bench results we have in front of us right now. So Rhea Stent at 223 and the gold medal. Anki Timmers 180 for the silver. And these are the overall placings now. So Rhea Stent has that crucial chip at 465.5 at subtotal. And Tanya Melnick is quite a long way behind at 427.5.
Yeah, look, it's interesting because we said earlier, I mean, in the squat, Rhea was right down around to the 5th place there, and we said, you know, don't worry about it now, because now look at she's storming ahead after that enormous bench.
So we are just a couple of minutes away now from. I've lost the clock. We have a few technical difficulties.
We've lost our clock. We've had
here.
a technical issue. We're assuming we're about a minute away from starting.
But we don't have. Okay, there we go. We're 20 seconds.
10 seconds away from starting.
But you can see from 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, there's only 5 kilos in it.
Yeah, look, there is nothing, and it does every day this week has come down to the deadlift, and this is, I say this regularly. I mean, the deadlift platform is where champions are made.
Absolutely.
This is where it's won or lost.
So we're going to lead out with Sarah Roddock of US Virgin Islands with
120 kilos,
120.
I believe, and
yeah,
unfortunately,
I can see the bar. You're quite right. Our data screens have gone down, so we're just we've got some techies are working frantically on getting that going again.
Unfortunately, she can't put in a total, but she gets a nice opening lift on the board.
She's on the board with 120.
Just give me one moment, loader.
And I'm not sure who's coming
Should
out
be
next.
Anna Carolyn.
Okay, Anna Carolyn, Estonia. And I'm looking at what's on the bar, and that's 142.5. Usually we have access to a phenomenal amount of information on the competition, but we're just having
we've got to draw back on our experience, our lifting and coaching experience when all the data disappears.
I'm looking. I've got a view between the referee and the plate rack, so I can see what's on the end of the bar. Luckily, so here's Anna Carolyn for 140.
2.5.
2.5. Just said I could see what's on the bar, and I got it wrong. And that's a good lift.
It is. She's pretty happy with that.
She's been happy all day. I think she, apart from her first squat, she's got all her lifts in since then. And we have Jackie Rees coming out next for 160. And we have our data back. Excellent. Here she comes. We've got 2 groups. Well, we've got 3 flights going, but we have 84 kilo women in this group and the next group to come out. So the rankings don't really make a lot of sense yet.
Yeah, look, if you can get your hands on the live scoreboard at goodlift.info, it's certainly worth the effort.
That's a great opener for Jackie.
Particularly when we've got this many groups running together, it does make it easier to follow.
Load the bar to 160 kilos, please, for Christy Rees.
And now we have Christy Rees from South Africa coming out for 160 as well. Very impressed with her. She had a great big bench.
And a very nice looking deadlift as well. Of course, I'm partial to conventional.
Deadlifting raw. You do see this a fair bit. You get much less out of the equipment on deadlift than on the other 2 lifts.
Yeah, it's not unusual because you're right. You get so much less out of the equipment on deadlift, particularly if you're a conventional lifter. And we've seen in a number of cases that somebody's raw deadlift is actually better than they're equipped.
Karolina Kolata, Poland, not having the best day. She's 1 for 6 right now, and she's opening with 167.5.
Yeah, things just sort of went wrong early on. It's been tough to recover from it.
So she's the European Junior Champion and the World Junior Champion, but she doesn't have a huge amount of experience.
Yeah,
or
she's just having a really tough day here today. I just think
Had
the whole
problems with
day is taking its
balance.
toll. And it's been a big competition load for her as well.
It has. The
And I
Euros
think that's
and
starting to
the
take up a little
World
bit.
Juniors were both in August. That wasn't long ago at all.
Fredrickson and Cameron to get ready.
Here's Christy Savetta. Again, not having the best day. I think she's 2 for 6.
Bar is loaded.
And she's opening with
Yeah, she
170.
had a really tough time early on.
Now I think this is well below her PB.
Yeah, she's lifted a 195 before.
I think that was a while ago though. She got 187.5 at the Arnold a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so this should leave her plenty of room to move.
And that was
Yeah.
good.
Nicely done.
Good lift. Load the bar to 175 kilos, please. Lisa Fredrickson, Denmark.
Lisa Fredrickson,
Hamlin
she
and
gave us a
Graham
bit
to
of a
get
fright on bench. But she got one in the end.
ready. Loaded.
Nothing like leaving it to the last.
Yeah. And here she is for 175.
Well, it moved well, and she gets it on the board. I'd probably like her to be a little bit more convincing on the lockout.
177.5 kilos, please.
Yeah, it's a
Sophia
tiny bit
Camlin,
forward, isn't it?
Sweden. Graham
Sophia
Rodolph,
Camlin,
to get
Sweden,
ready.
for
The bar is
177.5.
loaded. Sophia Camlin, Sweden.
And should be a good lift, it is.
Load the bar to 100.
Yeah, we saw yesterday how important it was to put this opening deadlift on the board. If you've broken a world record, you have to submit a total, register a total for that world record
And
to
we
stand.
saw that go wrong yesterday. Quite.
It's so important to put this first one on the board.
Sen Yang got a world record squat, didn't make
And
a
didn't
deadlift.
make a deadlift.
Just couldn't hang on to it. So had to forfeit his world record. But here is Hannah Louise Graham. She's opening with a massive 185. And she's pulled 200 in pass. Look how fast that
one
was.
just rocketed.
Good lift. 3 wide line.
And she rocketed off the platform too.
Bar to 130 kilos, please. For Sarah Rhoda, Caroline Kalata, Christy Reese to get ready.
Sarah Roddick, 130. Open with 120, gone up 10.
Bar
Just gave the
is
bar a quick
loaded.
clean.
Sarah Rhoda, US Virgin Islands.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure what.
Yeah.
happened
The bar to 100.
Well, it's always really interesting. She got a little bit forward there and might have made the decision. But the thing is with deadlift,
Christy Reese.
you've had such a big day of lifting already, it can disappear really fast.
there. Anna Caroline, 150. Relatively new lifter. It's great to see her enjoying the day.
Yeah, it moved well. It wasn't super steady and clean all the way through, but she got a nice lockout in the end.
67.5 kilos, please.
Now Karolina Kolata from Poland, she kind of just missed her balance really with her opener. Going to take the same weight again.
You know, I take my hat off to her determination, though. I mean, this would be the point of the competition where she must be just feeling like, I just want to go home.
Well, she's opened again, even having a difficult day, she's opened only 2.5 kilos below her PB. You've got to think after having the day she's had, you would knock that down. She's struggling there. Knees were shaking.
Yeah, I think she got it to the top, though.
No,
No, she didn't lock
I
it
don't think
again.
she locked her knees.
We didn't have the best angle there. We might be able to see from here.
You can see her
No,
knees
she
never
just can't
locked.
lock the knees in.
That's a real shame. Christy Reese now, 170.
And she still looks like she's got lots of energy left in the tank, doesn't she?
She didn't have the best start position. I think that gives her trouble at lockout.
Yeah, once she got it up to a couple of inches past the knee, she was able to squeeze the hips through.
Christy Stivetta, 177.5, taking a quite conservative jump. But I think that's reasonable. She's not had the best day ever.
Yeah, and look, when you have a day that everything doesn't go right, it tends to wear you down a lot faster.
Looks good.
Good. Yeah, when you have those days, it's such an emotional roller coaster. You tend to expend a lot more energy. When everything's going well,
South Africa, Cameron, Fredrickson, Graham to get ready. And the bar.
And here's Jackie Reese with a massive 180. She's gone up 20 kilos from her opener. She's been here a few days. She's done some refereeing. And you don't get as much, although it's a big distance to travel from South Africa, you don't get jet lag because it's the same time zone or only, you know, an hour or so difference. That was great.
Good look. Look at the bar for 182.5 kilos, please, for Sophia Cameron.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that.
Fredrickson, Graham, Rodolph to get ready.
Sophia Camlin, Sweden, 182.5.
Sophia Camlin, Sweden.
so I think she'll be pretty happy with the day. Her previous personal best total is 512.5. And she's already exceeded that.
Tough lockout. I think she's got it there though.
Good look.
Yeah, I wouldn't be adding on too much
No,
more.
absolutely.
7.5 kilos, please, for Lisa Fredrickson.
Lisa Fredrickson
Denmark.
now
Graham to follow, then we're into third round.
for 187.5. Gone up quite a long way, gone up 12.5.
87.5 kilos.
Nice.
Yeah, gets it to the top again.
Good lift. 3 point lights again. Lower bar to 202.5 kilos.
Oh, wow, this is massive for Hannah Louise Graham. I think this is a PB attempt.
This will be a personal best.
202.5. It's a big jump.
It is. I know she got 200 back in June at the British Equipped.
Is loaded. Hannah Graham. Great Britain.
And her opener was super fast. Oh, she nearly lost her balance there, but she pulled it back.
Just managed to get it back there. Very nicely done.
Superb.
It almost got away from her, didn't it?
So we are through to the third round now, and this is Sarah Roddick for 130 on her. She kind of pulled it a little way on her second and
Yeah,
put it
look,
straight down
it was
again.
hard to tell whether she just set herself up a little bit too far forward or she just decided to take some extra rest. And I can see Mr. Riley there, the technical controller, talking to someone, but I don't think she's coming out for this. By the look of it.
I hope she didn't pull something. I hope that wasn't an injury we saw.
No, it looked more like it was just, you know what?
No, this is too
I
heavy.
have
And
run
she
out of
can't make a
steam.
total. And
Yeah.
she's travelled a long way to get here, and west to east jet lag
Yeah.
does really take its toll.
And so she's just left that on to make sure that everyone gets plenty of rest.
So we can see in the wings Anna Caroline is waiting to come out, but she's going to have to wait for the clock to tick down now.
Yep.
The rule book says that if a lifter puts an attempt in, we have to give them the 60 seconds. And we have seen lifters run out at 10 seconds to go.
We've stood here and thought no one's coming out, and suddenly someone's on the platform.
But in this case, the time has run down. That's no lift for Sarah Roddick. That leaves her with a best of 120 in deadlift.
Yeah, it was a tough day at the office.
Anna Caroline's having a better day at the office. She is currently 7 for 8. She had a bit of a nervous start on squats, missed depth on her first one, but everything else has looked great and she's looked delighted about it. This is 155.
And this, she has reached a total personal best as well, I think.
Oh, excellent.
By a long way, actually.
A little bit scrappy, but I think she's got it.
Yeah, she gets it on the board, so that'll give her 440, which is a massive personal best total for her. Her previous was 415. Well, I think everyone wants her to get this lift.
Yeah, this is Carolina Colata again for 167.5. She didn't get to squat in, she only got one bench. I mean, full credit to her for coming out for this for the third time. She looks really fed up with it.
And she's got a bit of fire in her walk this time.
I think she's got the strength. She lost her balance on the first one. And she had soft knees on a second. If she just manages to lock those knees.
Go on, lock it out.
And legs were shaking.
And she gets that one on the board. Gets to finish on a high note.
So we have Christy Reese coming out next for 180. She's taken 10 kilo jumps, 160, 170. This is going to be match her PB at 180.
She's still got plenty of energy, hasn't she? Not sure if she ran or she skipped out to the platform.
Do you know, I wonder if it's worth sacrificing the extra you get from the deadlift suit for the energy you save by not being in one.
Well, and that is one of the decisions you make, isn't it? I mean,
That's a good lift. I think that was right on the ragged edge.
And you're right, you expend a lot of energy getting in and out of equipment. So how much energy has she saved by not wearing one?
Christy Civetta now for 182.5. Take the conservative jump.
Yeah, I'm sure she wants to finish on a high note.
She just...
Oh, the head comes up.
Oh, the bar dipped, I think. She got it all the way. What
Let's
do the
have a
referees
look.
make of it?
No lift.
Bar dipped. So if you watch that back on the replay,
Yeah, look, apart from the dip, she did all the right things. You can see when she gets to here, head goes up a bit higher.
but the bar goes down right there.
Yeah, the mistake she made was the head went up higher, but then she put her head forward a little bit again, and that caused a bar dip.
So we have Sophia Camland for 185 now. She's a fighter,
just
but
didn't
that's
want to go
not
all the way.
going.
She gave it everything she had.
Changes, flight 2, load the bar to 190 kilos, please, for Jackie Reese, South Africa.
Jackie Reese, 190. This will be a big PB for her.
And of course, it takes a little bit longer in the third round because they clean the bar between each
Her
lift.
second was good. I'm not sure I'd have given her another 10.
It's a big call at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is. But they have a better understanding about how much energy she's got left. And she is...
I think she's going to
I
get
think
it there.
she's got it.
It looks locked.
3 white lights, and
She
that's a
does.
good lift. That's a PB on the world stage for Jackie Reese. See, this is the thing, I wouldn't have said another 10 kilos would go.
Yeah,
But the
she's got
coach knows her
yeah,
better.
I mean, and that's it. I mean, you're talking to your athlete the whole time. You're gauging how much energy they've got.
And the bar is loaded. Lisa Fredrickson.
Here's Lisa
Denmark.
Fredrickson for 197.5. She's taking some big jumps.
Yeah, this will give her a nice little personal best total as well. And 3 white lights.
Left for Fredrickson. Load the bar to 212.5 kilos, please, for Hannah Louise Graham.
And now we have Hannah Louise Graham with a massive 212.5.
To get ready.
I was just
is
taking a look at the
huge.
British records to see if is she still a junior? No, she's not a junior anymore.
Just out of the juniors.
So I took a look at what the British record in deadlift was, but that's 235. That's Temi Nuga who did that raw. So this is just a personal goal, I think.
It's a huge personal best.
Massive, 12.5 kilos on her PB. Fantastic.
Plenty of support.
And she's got it moving, but it's
just
just
locked
too heavy.
that knee shifted a bit too fast. Very well done though, and put on a great show.
185 kilos, please, for Anastasia
That was a
Melnikova,
really good
Russian
attempt.
Olympic Committee. Melnik,
So we're through to the next flight now, and we are going to have the opening attempts for the rest of the 84s. This is Anastasia Melnikova.
Yeah, this is where it is won or lost.
And the bar is loaded. Anastasia Melnikova, Russian Olympic Committee.
Just taking a time there.
Once we're through the first round of deadlifts, we'll take a look at where the rankings are.
Yeah, good opening lift.
Good lift.
That's a good way to get started.
Load the bar to 190 kilos, please, for the next 4 lifters.
So we have 4 lifters in a row coming out for 190. When more than one lifter selects the same weight, the lowest lot number goes first, and the lot numbers are allocated at weigh-in. But if the lifters pull the same weight, it's the lighter body weight that takes the advantage. Here's Tatiana Melnik first. Took the bronze on squat, took the bronze on bench. What can she do here?
Looks like she's finding it difficult at the bar where she really wants it.
That was decent, not super easy.
Yeah, her deadlifts generally don't look fast.
Here's Rhea. She's put it down. She was initially on for 195, but you know
Well,
she wants to make sure of that world record.
This is a really smart thing to do. I've got a world record on the line. I can't get that if I don't post a total. I'm in the running to win the world championships again. I can't do that if I don't post a total. It's a smart move.
And she won the 84s out in Dubai last time we had this competition. Nice.
Yeah, that
There
was
we
a
go.
really
She
clever
has
move.
made sure of her massive bench world record.
Yep, she solidifies her total, her record stands, and now she can look at the numbers and say, right.
And the bar is loaded.
Anki Timmers. She took the silver on bench. She's done a lot more in the past.
And of course, the deadlift is the only lift you don't have to wait for the start command.
Yeah, she did 232.5 in Dubai, so no wonder that looked quite easy.
Yeah, that was a very nice opening lift.
Bar remains at 190 kilos once again for Daria Rusanenko, Ukraine. And the bar is loaded.
Daria Rusanenko,
Ukraine.
190.
Arneson, Haranga to get ready.
Gold medalist and junior world record holder in the squat. Had a bit of a difficult time on bench, got one in the end.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't her greatest performance on bench.
That was
She is
fast.
going to make up for it here.
Good lift, 3 white lights. Load the bar to 195 kilos, please. For
Valerie von Gleichen, Germany,
Arneson, Haranga, Kensenhush to get ready. And the bar
for
is
195.
loaded. Restart the clock, please.
The crowd just keeps growing and growing. It is going to be enormous this evening with the rest of the 84 pluses and the 120 pluses.
Fast. That was a great opener.
Good lift, 3 white lights. Load the bar to 200 kilos.
And now you might want to plug your ears because we have a Norwegian lifter coming out on the platform. This is Heidi Hiller Arneson, and the volume levels are rising. She's opening her deadlift with 200. I think I'm still speaking. I can't really hear it.
I can't hear
The
anything
noise is
anymore, but it's
deafening.
fantastic.
This is 20 kilos off her PB.
Yeah, and she needs to solidify a total as well.
I would just have liked to see her block out a little bit more convincing, but
A
she's
bit
on
more
the board.
convincingly would be nice. You don't want to give the referees any reason to doubt.
And we have another Norwegian coming out now. We have Anna Sorli Haranga for 210.
And she's bringing some intensity, and this is where you want to bring that intensity. You've gotten through the day, you're down to the last 3 lifts. This is where you can bring it out.
Oh, look at that. And you know what? She was 4th in squat, she was 4th in bench. We might have someone who's just quietly putting a big total together here.
230 kilos, please, for Iris Kensenhout, Netherlands. Final lifter in the first round.
But we have the phenomenon that is Iris Kensenhouse.
Well, she was born to deadlift.
She absolutely was. She's done 251 in the past. How long ago was that? I'm not certain. I know she's done 245 this year. Oh, she did 251 in Dubai. Does that mean it's her record? It is. She has the deadlift
She
world
holds the
record at
record.
251. I think if she pulls this, she is virtually guaranteed the gold on deadlift. Wow.
Yeah, that pretty much set the benchmark there.
It really did. So hopefully we're going to get a look at the standings as we go into the next round. Here we go. So Rhea Stinn, she's a long way out in front, isn't she?
Yeah, that bench session, I mean, she's just got such an amazing bench, and that was really where she was going to play to her strengths. She knew her squat wasn't up with the others, and she said, I'm not going to do anything crazy, I'm just going to wait for my strength.
But did you catch that? The Norwegian lifter, Harangi, she's in 2nd place now. She just quietly sailed
sneaking
along,
up there.
just under the radar, building her total, having a good day, and now she's in 2nd place. But here's Tatiana Melnik, 197.5. And that's tough.
Yeah, that was tough. The deadlifts don't always look fast, but that one did look hard.
200 kilos, please, for Anastasia Melnikova, Russian Olympic Committee. Rin Timmer.
And she's got a lot of grind, but that wasn't easy. I don't think that she's
Yeah,
got
there's
much
not a
more
lot
there
of
at
room
all.
left to move there. I wouldn't be surprised if they just put an extra 2.5 kilos.
Yeah. Anastasia Melnikova, 200. Oh, that's a tough one.
It
She's
certainly is. It just didn't want to go. That 15 kilo jump, I think, was just a little bit too much at the end of the day.
Rhea Stinn, Canada, Timmer, Von Gleichen, and Rusinenko to get ready, and the bar is loaded.
Here we go, Rhea Stinn. She's a long way out in front. She doesn't want to do anything crazy. Just keep putting numbers on the board. If she gets this, she's going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, and you said it exactly right. You don't want to be doing anything crazy here. She's played her strengths really well. She just put the numbers on the squat. She stormed through on the bench, and now it's just a case of getting those extra kilos. Oh, a little bit of a stumble there.
Just lost her balance a little bit at
Yeah,
the
she
top.
knows too.
That's a shame.
So she'll have to recover that one.
Bar remains at 202.5 kilos for
Anki Timmer's next for the same weight, 202.5. The rankings, the bar at the top of the graphic shows you what difference this will make to the rankings, but we are only a little way into the 2nd round, so they will change with every lift
Yeah,
now.
it's really the 3rd round that makes the difference in deadlifts.
There's some really close attempts now. Most of the lifters, until we get up into the big lifts, are doing somewhere between 202 and 207.
Just taking your time. Obviously, you don't have to wait for the start command, so you can start that pull any time in the minute.
Nice
Looks
pull
like
for
a good
Anki.
lift. It is.
Load the bar to 205 kilos for Valerie von Gleichen, Germany, Rusinenko, Arneson, Heranger to get ready.
Valerie von Gleichen. Her opener was fast.
I'm looking for 205 now.
The bar is loaded. Valerie von Gleichen, Germany.
The speed her opener moved, 7.5 kilos, I'm sure, will be absolutely fine. Nice. Slowed down a lot from her opener.
Yeah, I mean, it's always really difficult to judge when you get to the end of a session of lifting. It can drop off so quickly, and you often don't realise until you're out there.
Daria Rusinenko next. She's gone up 15. That's a big jump. She's looking to knock the Norwegian down off the overall podium.
Yeah, and this is always a big risk. I mean, in this position, it's do or go home without a medal. Not the best lockout.
Scrappy at the top, but I think that was fine.
I don't think it dipped at all. Oh, it may have dipped.
Lockout. We've got 2 red cards for lockout and 1 for downward movement.
Yeah, you can see the knees pop out there. They don't really lock.
That's a shame. That's spoiled her game plan now. And this will be a Masters 2 world record, not only in the deadlift, but the total as well.
That is fantastic, isn't it?
And she looks ready to go.
And the crowd. Oh, listen to the crowd.
Her lockout isn't super convincing. I think she's got it though.
Yeah, I think she has. She has.
That is
What a
an
lift.
M1 deadlift world record and total world record for Heidi Hiller Arneson.
Absolutely fantastic.
Norway, so you can make more noise.
So there's more noise in the crowd.
Here we go now with Anna Sorli Haranga for 217.5.
And this is really her chance to storm into the medals as she locked it.
I think she's gone past Melnick.
Yeah, she has. She does. She moves into the silver medal position. She has come out of nowhere.
Absolutely has.
Final lift of the second round. Iris Kensenhood.
Well, we said she was 4th in Dubai and she was looking to improve on that. I think she's going
That's
to.
a definite improvement.
Here's Iris for 240. Let's see how this moves, and we might get an indication of whether she feels like she might want a crack at extending her
Yeah,
own
look,
world
I think
record.
this is a good move. 230, 10 kilos to the 240, and then let's see how I feel.
To build a huge lead in deadlift.
Well, it moved pretty well.
Good.
Good lift.
I really like her style and technique of deadlift. It demonstrates that everyone has to be different for their own anatomy and their own biomechanics.
Yeah, so she has quite a narrow stance. Oh, is this Melnick has gone
Yeah, so we've got a change
down?
of going
Or
in.
was that, yeah, Melnick must have gone down.
Melnikova will follow
So
on
we've
the
just seen
same
change go in. You can change your deadlift twice in the 3rd round.
And this will put
And
Melnik
this is
from
to
bronze
move back
silver
up to
medal
silver
position
medal overall. But
And
then
the bar
Haranga will
is
still get the chance to
loaded.
Yeah.
respond. But Melnick's second was tough, so we said she'd only put 2.5
Yeah,
kilos
it's
on it.
tough to judge though too, because her deadlifts never look easy. But the second looked tougher than usual.
And she's a fighter.
Isn't she just?
I think she might have locked that knee
She's
early.
not going
No,
to quit on it. She's not going to quit.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, she couldn't hold on to it though.
I think she was expecting that she should have got the down command there, but the centre referee was giving her the opportunity to lock it out further, because if you look at the replay, I mean, that's some kind of fight right there.
That is an incredible fight, but yeah, she just doesn't lock out the hips, does she?
She kind of throws her head back and kind of goes, right, that's it, I'm done. And the centre referee was waiting and waiting and saying, come on, have you got any more lockout? And she did not. So that takes, in fact,
So does that secure Sorley in the second now?
I think she's under pressure from Rusenko I think Melnick's under pressure from the podium from Rusenko. And I think, yes, I think Haranga is pretty safe in the silver medal position.
Yeah, Rusenko is definitely going to challenge for the podium. But she might even have enough to challenge for the silver and knock her down to the bronze.
Maybe so. We have Melnick over first for 200.
And it's going to be tough, yeah. His second got about halfway, and that one was tougher.
So here we go with Rhea Stin. She missed this. She just had a bit of a wobble at the top.
Yeah, look, and she has been brilliant today, though. Her tactics have been brilliant. She never did anything foolish. She played the numbers well, and she's put herself pretty much in an untouchable position. Barring an absolutely miracle crazy lift, she is the world champion.
But we saw some miracle crazy lifts come off yesterday.
Yeah, that's why I've said, barring this.
Mashinsov, wasn't it? He put 40 kilos on his second to move up a place on the podium.
And it's amazing what people can achieve when there's a sniff of medal.
There we go. I think that's good.
Yeah, it is. Good lift. She finishes strong with a total of 668.
This will move her into bronze medal position in the bench.
So we're just looking at the numbers now. I don't think anyone's going to catch Rhea Stin.
No, she's finished on a 668. I mean, realistically, that would mean Sorley would have to pull, a 257.
Yeah. Not going to happen. We've got Valerie von Gleichen in the meantime for 210. This is about deadlift medals now. It'll get her onto the deadlift podium, but there's still 5 more lifts to come.
And just a bit too much today. It is really hard to pull that last deadlift.
So, Daria Rusinenko, this will put her on the overall silver. It will knock the Norwegian down.
I thought she would challenge for the silver. It's going to be tough. She missed 205.
I could see the jury on their feet. So we'll try and keep an eye on that. But here's Daria Rusinenko in an attempt for the silver.
Oh, move fast.
I think that's better. I think she might have got it.
It was there. It was. She gets it on the board.
So she's up to second now. That knocks Melnick off the podium completely.
Altogether.
And she cannot respond. Oh, no, wait.
Hang on, something's happened.
She's been given another attempt. I'm not sure of the reasoning, but she's been given another attempt, and I assume we'll do that at the end. In the meantime, here is Heidi Hiller Arnesen.
212.5.
She broke her own deadlift and total world record.
And she's going to do it again.
This is 5 kilos more.
Can
she's
she go there?
fighting.
Not quite.
I wasn't sure if her grip started to go.
Not
and
quite.
It's virtually impossible to carry on pulling when your grip is slipping.
Yeah, she gave it a huge, huge effort though. She has been outstanding today.
Okay, so we have. So I was about to say that Melnick is off the podium and won't get a chance to respond, but she will get a
Yeah,
chance
just as
to
you said
respond.
that, it flashed from
Yeah.
red to a relift.
So currently we have Rusinenko and Haranga both on 6:27.5 and Melnick on 6:25.
Yeah, and Sawley has dropped hers to 220, so she can try and get that silver medal back. And I think that was a really smart move
Yeah, I
there to
think
drop
so.
to 220. That's all she needs to lift to get back in the silver.
But we have Anki Timmers now coming out for a massive increase, 220 kilos, in attempt for this won't get her onto the overall podium. This is for deadlift silver, but it's 17.5 up.
It's a big, big call.
She took a 12.5 kilo jump from her first, and this is a massive 17.5 kilo up from there. She's done 230 in the past, but 232.5. But that was back in Dubai, and there's a lot of water under the bridge since then.
Oh, she got a bit out of position there too. It didn't help.
I think even if she gets that
I
to the
think
top,
it's
that's
supporting.
badly hitched.
Yeah. That's a pretty solid hitch there, I think.
I mean, she's looking at the referee there going, I think I've done it, but yeah, that was supporting
You've
on
got
the
to
thighs.
try and be as convincing as you can with the referees. Give them the look of confidence.
I've done it myself. I've stood
We
there
all
and
do.
put my head down, knowing that I had no chance. So here we go now. We have Anna Shorley Haranga.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity. She has been brilliant. She is bringing the fire to the platform. 220. This will put her back in the silver medal over the top of Rusinenko.
Oh, she's missed
no!
it. She's missed it. She cannot do better.
It was
than
so close,
bronze.
but she is on the podium at the moment.
But she is not safe because Tatiana Melnick has been given an opportunity to
She
take
is going to have
another
a
attempt.
very nervous wait.
And so we have Rusinenko and Haranga both on 6:27.5. But Rusinenko is much lighter.
Much lighter, yeah.
But Tatiana is lighter than either of them. So this will put, if she gets it, Tatiana Melnick will go into second. But first, we have Iris Kensenhuis from the Netherlands.
Well, we said if she feels good, she'll go for it, and she is.
251.5 kilos
That is
on the bar.
massive.
It's her own world record set in Dubai.
You know what, and this it just goes to show what an incredible crowd this is. They cheer like this for everyone.
I think there's a little extra for the Norwegians.
There's a little extra there.
She's got it moving, but I don't think that's going all
Just
the way.
couldn't quite do it today. Not on this occasion.
We have one more lift, and a lot is riding on this. Tatiana Melnick was given another attempt at 200.
Yeah, look.
I wonder if they were feeling that she should have had the down command before she dropped it.
It's a, and you know what? This is going to be tough. She's essentially doing a fourth deadlift now, and she was looking like she's getting worn out.
For me, the lockout wasn't there on the third, the last time she tried this, but it moves her up from not on the podium at all to silver, and this will knock the Norwegian off. Here she comes. She is a seasoned competitor.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is the motivation of the silver medal enough? She hasn't had a lot of rest between either.
It's going.
Oh, I think she's done it. I think she's done it. She's done it. Oh my gosh.
Massive drama there.
Unbelievable. Honestly, when they gave her a relift at that, I thought
didn't
a
think
fourth
she had it in her.
deadlift, she's got to be worn out. And she just, the sniff of a medal, turns it
But
around and
look
she
how
gets up there
close
to
it is. We
silver.
have the standings on the screen at the moment. Rhea Stin miles ahead as the new world champion, but Melnik, Rusinenko, Haranga all on 6:27.5,
That
and it
is
went on
just
body weight.
phenomenal, isn't it?
Well, you couldn't ask for a more exciting finish to the women's 84s than that. 3 places, the podium decided on body weight. It was just incredible. We have a little way to go now, and we are running a little bit late, but we have the B group for the 120 plus men.
Yeah, so the big boys have come out to play on the deadlift platform.
And the bar is loaded for Jonot Florian.
So it's the Romanian lifter, Lupas, who is out now for 282.5. And that looked good.
Yeah, that was a good opening lift.
Good lift, 3 wide lights. Below the bar for
He's had a bit of a tough day,
kilos, please. For Ranbir Sahota.
but he's on the board. He has a total.
Magnuson to follow.
Ranbir Sunny Sahota out next for 290.
Ranbir Sahota, Great Britain, 290 kilos.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, that just flew through. It's exactly what you want for your opening deadlift.
Hold the bar to 300 kilos, please, for good winner Magnuson, Iceland.
He's having a good day. He missed his 3rd bench, but other than that, all his lifts have looked really good.
And the bar is loaded.
Gudfinor Magnusson, Iceland.
And he hasn't had a great day.
No, and still he's opening on his PB, 300.
And I certainly hope things go better on the deadlift.
Absolutely, he is 2 for 6 right now and opening on his personal best. Wow, that looks decent.
Yeah, that moved well. And that's going to certainly feel a lot better for him.
So
Maybe boost his
everyone's
spirits a
on the
bit.
board. Always a little bit nervous until we get totals in. So we have 4 minutes to run now because there's only 3 lifters in this flight. We were going to run the clock for 4 minutes so that they have time to recover. I wouldn't like to be going out for max attempts on deadlift
Without any recovery time.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, and part of the process behind this rest period is the actual physiological timing. I mean, we talk about ATPs, which is, you know, part of our energy cycle. You need at least 3 minutes recovery time for that ATP to regenerate as well. So that's part of it. And of course, on top of that is all the other. So we have these minimum amounts of times.
And for the bigger lifters as well, moving the bigger weights, the recovery is that much harder.
Yeah,
Because
so
it's the weight on the bar relative to body weight is relevant, but the absolute weight is also relevant as well.
yeah, it can be quite, I guess that's one of the things too about powerlifting. It can be quite sort of misleading, I guess, at times when you look at double body weight and triple body weight and things like that. And it is relevant and it is amazingly impressive, but amount of weight, you know, the whole power to weight ratio doesn't work exactly the same for people as it does for cars per se.
No, absolutely not. The body weight multipliers don't scale up and down the weight classes at all. It's much easier for a lighter lifter to get a higher multiple of body weight than the super heavy weights.
Yeah, so there was a lot of time spent in developing IPF points to get it to work right, and we can see at the moment this week that it's clearly working quite well because we've actually got a 120 lifter, Vishkov, sitting at the top of the table in IPF points at the moment.
Yeah, he was superb
He
though,
was
wasn't he? That was a
absolutely
great
fantastic,
fight
wasn't he?
yesterday. Tony Cliff put him under pressure. Tony missed his final deadlift, But Bitchkov came out and he smoked 390 anyway.
I
So
know.
even if Tony had pulled his final one,
Yeah,
he would
look,
still
and
been
it's
in
always
second.
it's amazing what lifters can do when there's a sniff of a medal, and we just saw that.
And I've seen Tony pull a PB deadlift on the day in order to win best lifter just by half a point.
Yep.
So I know he can pull it out on the day. But to be beaten by the guy who's in the lead in the best lifter
And
award,
the current world total record holder.
absolutely.
I mean, that Bitchkov knows how to build a total. He is good at it. And, you know, his experience showed through yesterday too. We watched him in the squats, and things just didn't look right. He was shaky. He was all over the place. But he just made them work.
Yeah.
You know, and even though they weren't his prettiest, he made them work. He knows how to build the total. He's got that experience. And that's why he holds the world record.
But we do see people, and it's great to have single lift medals, but we do see people, Musayev in Halmstad at the World Classic, didn't win any medals, didn't win gold in squat, didn't win gold in bench, didn't win gold in deadlift, but he quietly sailed along, he got all his lifts in, he built a total, and he won in the end behind. He looked like he was trailing behind people that were showboating, getting bench press world records. But he quietly just put it all together, had a great day,
and that's
took the
the really
title.
important thing, and we talk about that. You know, yeah, it's great to have the individual medals, but the total is the one, the World Championship is the one you want. Don't get caught up in that fight, in that battle, and it happens a lot. You see even experienced lifters get caught up in that moment of trying to be at the top of the pack in squat, be at the top in bench, be at the top in deadlift. And all that happens is it just opens the door for someone to quietly build a total and come on through.
The Norwegian lifter just now from the 84s was the same really. She was in 4th place in squat, she was in 4th place in bench, quietly sailed along. And although she finished off the podium, it looked like she was going to take the silver.
You know what, she may have finished off the podium, but she finished off the podium because of, you know, a couple of 100 grams of body weight. You know, everyone who finished 2nd, 3rd and 4th was 627.5. And she can hold her head high, but she just went to battle with some of the best in the world and world champions and finished on the same total.
Absolutely. And even though we don't share a podium in powerlifting, really, they all finish pretty much on the same number. Morally, they shared the silver. So here we go. We have Lupas coming out now for 295. His opener looks solid.
Yeah, look, it moved pretty well. 295 is a fairly conservative jump at this weight class, really. Yeah, it looked pretty much the same as his first.
He looks happy enough, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's having a reasonably good day today.
Well, you know, he got 2 squats. He only got one of his benches
he only got one
in.
bench,
Yeah,
didn't he?
bench didn't look great today. Doesn't always. So we can just see Jazz Singh there, who's just preparing Sonny to send him out for 310. He did 310 at the Arnold only a couple of weeks ago. That was the beginning of October. So hopefully that didn't take too much out of him.
It's a huge schedule, isn't it?
The bar is loaded. Ranbir Sahota, Great Britain.
And it's really tough for athletes at the moment as well, because we do have, you know, quite a compressed schedule of competitions. But they want to do as many as they can because we've had such an
And
absence.
we've missed it. We really have.
So you want to get in, I want to do this one, I want to do that one, I want to do this one. And it does take its toll.
But here's Sonny, very familiar face for decades now on the British equipped scene. One of the powerlifting sings. Oh, he got a red light for lockout from the centre. I can't see it from that angle, if I'm honest, but you know, it was a good lift.
But you know, look, we talk about that, be convincing. Well, this man hasn't had a great day, but he got his opening deadlift on, which is fantastic, but he's taken a massive jump to 327 and a half.
I don't know if this is a great idea. But he's a giant of a man. He's so strong.
Enormous.
So let's hope his coaches know him better than we do. And it's not going.
It's just a bit too much.
No lift.
So I don't know if that was what he was planning to do from the start, and he's just gone with the plan. But you have to react to the day you're having.
And this is the whole thing about powerlifting. I mean, it's great. We can train and everything works well. But even if you train all 3 lifts in a day, it's not the same as
It
a
isn't.
competition.
You're away from home. You've got different food, a different training
The
environment.
intensity is different. Everything is different, and you really do have to consider the day and how that day's running. You know, what you plan to do. You know, I mean, I go in with athletes, my athletes, and I've got a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, all the way up to plan Z.
I've been bringing you a lot of results from the lifters, what they've done recently and what they've done in the past. I don't have a head full of, well, I do know some of them, the
Well, some
lifts
of them,
that you see.
but we're not super
But I don't have
encyclopedias.
a database in my head. I've been looking at openipf.org, and that's a collaboration between the IPF and Open Powerlifting to
And
bring
lovely
you
ladies,
IPF results for
after these
IPF lifters set
last
up with the
attempts
IPF
together,
rule set, so it's
please
easier
be
to
ready
use.
immediately
And
for
that is
victory
a
ceremony.
volunteer-run open
you.
source database, and we have
will walk
every
home from
single
Stavanger.
competition ever held under the IPF and the EPF. Not quite so complete for the national federations, but every IPF competition that has ever been held, we have all the results on openipf.org. So if you're looking to scope out your competitors and have a look what other people are doing, that's a really good resource.
So athletes can access all this information quite
Yep.
easily, but also athletes can check their own
Just while we're waiting,
data as
the
well and make sure that's correct. And
referees
if they find something that is inconsistent in their own data, can they correct that? Can they contact you?
They can. You have the opportunity. There's a little edit meet button up in the top right, and if you're tech savvy, if you have a GitLab account, you can edit that yourself and put that right. And we don't let anyone just do anything. Obviously, we
Yep.
will have a look at the submissions that are coming in. Or if you'd rather, you can email issues@openipf.org and just let us know what's wrong. Maybe we don't have all your competitions. Maybe we have your name wrong. Maybe we don't have your age right, so you're not showing up in the junior rankings.
Yeah, so things like, I mean, we've had a look at this database quite a bit, and obviously we found, you know, a couple of times where there's been 2 profiles because there's been a name spelt slightly differently. So if you're an athlete, get onto this site. It's an amazing, amazing database of information. But have a look at yourself and help get it all right.
Honestly, we don't mind getting these submissions for corrections. We want the data to be absolutely perfect. So please do, if you see anything wrong. Sometimes some of the translations from the Cyrillic alphabet give us some difficulties. Sometimes when you have Spanish names with 4, we don't always get them in the right order. Same with Icelandic names. So if you do see anything that isn't absolutely perfect on your profile, drop us an email at issues@openipf.org and we will put that right for you.
And this database has been quite a project for a while now. How long has it taken to build this database?
Well, it started, the founder started with American federations, and that wasn't IPF based. So the database started with Sean Stangl, and he built that up from absolutely nothing. And then as other contributors found the project, we joined in and we pooled their data. And then the idea for OpenIPF, because the rule set is so different, and we wanted to contain that separately, we put that to the IPF and they were delighted to have us. So we've been running that for 2 or 3 years now, which is just IPF lifters, and we have the correct equipment classes and weight classes and all the rest of it.
So what's the furthest back the data goes? Can you
Well,
recall?
I know for the British, I'm not entirely sure, but I know for the British results that I look after, we have the 1966 British Championships.
Wow, that is fantastic.
Yeah, we
isn't
have
it?
every single British
But that's
men's.
powerlifting history that we want maintained, and you know, I mean, a lot of those results were published in some of the old powerlifting magazines.
And I've spent a
things like
lot
that.
of time extracting data from the
and
magazines
eventually
and
those
getting them
magazines
up.
disappear. So
They
I mean, this
do.
is fantastic. You've taken this data for its history of the IPF and kept it all and maintained it all in here as well. It's absolutely fantastic project. So get onto OpenIPF and search for yourself. Do an IPF open search for yourself rather than a Google search.
So we now have the 3rd round of deadlifts for the B group for the 120 plus class. And this is Ionat Florin Lupas from Romania coming out for 300. Just giving the bar a bit of a clean.
So we're on our third round now, so the bar will get cleaned between each lift. It's only 3 lifts, so I don't want to get cleaned twice, but it's important to note. It is really tough to be in this flight with the only 3 lifters because you don't know what the rest of the group's doing that'll do it later this evening. So all you can do is just sort of put the best you can on and hope, you know, for the best, I suppose.
That's
it's tough, but he's got it there.
He's got it all the way.
He did. Yes, he gets the lights.
So he absolutely skipped off the platform there. I've never seen such a big
yeah,
guy.
It's not often you see a 120 plus skip.
Ready.
He tiptoed through the tulips.
And now 317.5 for Sunisa Hota. This is as much as he's done recently, I think. I don't think he's done more than about 310 for the last few years. He's going to break some hearts in the M1s when he moves up in a couple of years.
Yeah, he's not far away, is he?
No, not at all. And I think he's got it. Oh, his knees were a little soft.
Yeah.
He's on the
managed to get
board.
away with it.
Wide line.
So he is 8 for 9 at the World Championships with a 932.5
That is not a
kilo
bad way to
total.
finish 8 from 9, is it?
Come on, he missed it last time. It's a big, big weight.
Last
Let's give
lift
him some
of this
help.
session is Gud Finnur
Final deadlift
Magnusson,
of the session.
Iceland.
I'm looking at his profile picture, and I think I remember watching him compete as a junior on a few occasions as well. Might possibly have been in Sweden.
He was in South Africa for the World Juniors in 2018.
In Potchefstroom?
In Pot,
Yeah.
yeah. So here we go, 327.5 for the second time of asking.
No,
I think he got his technique wrong there.
He was well out of position there.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the
Yeah,
session,
but you know
please.
what? He came out and he gave it a good effort. He knew it was going to be tough to get it moving.
Finished with 975.
Prepare the platform for the
So
victory
that's
ceremony.
all from us for now. We will have the medal ceremony coming up very soon, and then in only half an hour we have the remaining 84 plus and 120 plus super heavyweight categories. Join us then.
victory ceremony for 84 kilograms. Ladies. First, we give away the participation medals by Mr. Custom Barras, IPF President. And also by Mr. Farshid Sultani from Iran. First, squat medals. Bronze medal with the lift of 252.5 kilos, Ukraine, Tetiana Melnik. Silver medal from squat with the best lift of 262.5 kilos, Russian Olympic Committee, Anastasia Melnikova. And the gold medal with 265 kilos goes to Ukraine, to Daria Rusanenko. Thank you, ladies. Then we have bench press medals. Bronze medal with best lift of 175 kilos goes to Ukraine, to Tetiana Melnik. Silver medal with the best lift of 180 kilos goes to Netherlands lifter Ankie Timmers. And the bench press gold medal with amazing new world record, 223 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, Christine from Canada. Thank you, ladies. Deadlift medals, bronze with lift of 212.5 kilos goes to lifter from Ukraine, Daria Rusanenko. Silver medal with the best lift of 217.5 kilos goes to lifter from Norway, Anna Sorli Heranger. And the gold medal with amazing 240 kilos deadlift goes to Iris Kensenhuis from Netherlands. Thank you, ladies. Then the medals in total. Bronze medal with total 627.5 kilos goes to lifter from Ukraine, Daria Rosanenko. Silver medal with the same total but lighter on body weight goes also to Ukraine, to Tetiana Melnik. And the winner with huge 668 kilos total, gold medalist, world champion, is raced in from Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. National Anthem of Canada. Congratulations! Please give another round of applause for these fantastic lifters all around the world. I hope to see you guys next year.